Let's assume the attitude of prayer. Our Father God, we come once again, thankful for all the many blessings that are bestowed upon us as we come at this time of the year. Father, we realize that there are many that are still in need. We ask God to continue to allow us to be servants, that we'll be able to do the things that's pleasing and acceptable in your sight, that our community will flourish. These blessings we ask in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fact of the day. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Much of the Pacific Fleet was rendered useless. 5 of the 8 battleships, 3 destroyers, and 7 other ships were sunk and severely damaged, and more than 200 aircraft were destroyed. Over 2,400 Americans were killed and 1,200 were wounded, many while valiantly attempting to stop the attack. The day that Pearl Harbor was bombed, President Roosevelt appeared before a joint session of Congress and declared yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infancy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. After a brief and forceful speech, he asked Congress to approve a resolution recognizing the state of war between the United States and Japan. Thus began the United States' entrance into World War II. Back to the day.
All right. Minutes. Anybody need to make any adjustments to the minutes? If not, look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Because Emily is not doing well, so we're going to have to cancel the Best Foot Forward annual update. I think she'll be with us probably next meeting, or if not, first meeting in January. Next up, we've got Radley to talk to us about the Apopka Museum and Museum Addition Assessment.
Radley Williams, Parks and Rec Director. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Here this afternoon to discuss the museum expansion renovation project. We've just begun some initial steps with the Public Services Department to start exploring design phase on this. And there's some information I need to bring forward to get you up to speed. Just some reference points on the building. It's approximately 4,200 square feet. 3,200 of that are air-conditioned space, and a little over 1,000 square feet are is the porch area. It's constructed of a wood log cabin-like structure. There are multiple open spaces and half walls dividing the museum that do not reach the ceiling, and it has some restroom facilities and a small kitchen area. The proposed expansion would be to the east side of the building to accommodate additional exhibit space, anywhere from 15 to 20 feet pushed out. We have begun work with a city contractor, architect, Borelli and Partners, and began discussions about the design proposal. And they have conducted 2 walkthroughs with our staff. During those walkthroughs, they came back with a preliminary assessment with some issues that they've visually seen that they have concerns about. I've listed these here on the slide, but it includes evidence of rot to the west side of the building, lack of support beams in the corners, so they're afraid that they might the building might not meet the wind code when renovations happen. There's some splitting occurring in the beams and the log cabin wall structures. And then there's numerous areas that would need to be updated to current building code. And the way it's been explained to us is the scope of the project would open up the building to have to go through all the code upgrades to the current code. And some of those would include wind loads, energy code, ADA, accessibility, and increase in restrooms, and also removing the kitchen stove or adding a hood, a commercial hood to that area. Based off of those preliminary findings, they are recommending a complete building assessment is done prior to any design work. This would help examine structural integrity of the building and identify code compliance issues, the architectural condition of the building, the condition of existing HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and code compliance again. Site immediately surrounding the building, so they examine that area to see if there's any additions needed for water retention and runoff. Check the building envelope and roofing. And as I mentioned, they would do an assessment on ADA accessibility. So this assessment proposal came back at a little over almost $37,000. So next steps right now would be if we are going to continue on with the museum addition, we would recommend that this assessment be completed first to get a full look at the structural integrity of the building and if there are any additional upgrades that need to be made during that process. We don't have funding for this right now, so if we do proceed this way, we'd have to come back to you for a budget amendment.
Any questions for Radley?
When was this building constructed?
Richard, do you remember? Oh, Mabel out here. Mabel would be the way to go to it.
That was 2004, it was planned in 1996, or 2004.
So 2004 with plans that started in 1996.
Does it have a fire alarm? Is there any?
It does have monitoring for the HVAC systems, but that's something that we'd have to check. This assessment would help us identify all the deficiencies that may be there.
And we can't do this in-house? We don't have someone that's qualified to do this in-house?
No, we'd have to have somebody come do this for us, a contractor.
So at the end, what is it that we're trying to do with the building?
We're trying.
Besides bring it up to code?
Well, the initial project was to expand the building, to expand it to the east side, to provide for more museum space and potentially more space for rotating exhibits. When that process would start, there's a certain percentage of the building, if you're constructing or renovating, if you go over that threshold, you have to then elevate the code to the current building code, is what we've been told. So the architects feel that we would hit that threshold and we would have to then get everything up to the current building code. So before they approached us with design proposal to spend money on a design, they feel like this would be a route we would need to look to do our due diligence on.
Okay. Thank you.
Becker? Mr. Smith?
In favor of move forward with the assessment proposal.
And Mr. Nesta?
So it's $37,000 just to assess.
Correct. This would be to assess the existing condition of the building, structural analysis, the surrounding footprint of the building, to see if it can accommodate the building addition or if there are other steps that need to be taken, part of that renovation process that would need to be taken.
So it's a lot of basically kind of having engineers come in and
Correct.
do that side of it.
Correct.
Okay.
Professionals, engineers, architects.
Understood. Okay. It just, that was basically for inspections, that's a big bill, but I understand bringing engineers and kind of the specialty people in makes sense. You were saying expanding the building east. How many square feet approximately was the goal, or?
We were looking to expand at least 15 to 20 feet.
Oh,
20.
14, I thought, but
Yeah.
yeah, something like that. No, Ned, how much money do we have in the account between the museum and the city? And there's like
Mayor, I can't speak for the museum. I don't know how much they have. the estimate I thought between everybody, all of us, we had around 120,
Okay,
but
that sound right,
again, can't,
Mabel?
between ours and theirs.
So we had the money, we thought we were just gonna go ahead and start looking toward this addition, and then come to find out now we've got these other issues.
Kind of red, yeah. So what's that square footage, the additional square footage? What are we looking at? What was the,
We're looking at,
or just, or the dimensions? I can.
300 square feet.
yeah.
Okay, so
somewhere
not
around
huge,
there.
not thousands of square feet.
Yeah.
No, it was,
Okay.
it was a smaller addition, and but again, before we went into the design phase, these were some flags that in their walkthrough they brought to our attention because of the scope of the work.
Okay.
Not normally, but come on down since you're a, you're a related party. Come on down, Mabel.
Hello, everyone. What I want to say about this assessment, I want to thank the mayor, the commissioners, Mr. Riley. I'm excited that we are moving forward with a project that is long overdue. The wonderful thing is the people love our museum and our little city and our history. So the expansion is necessary. People are asking for it. When I took the museum, I invested tremendous amount of money into technology. So now people know we're here and they love us. But there's not enough room for all of the history that we have created. So I'm in favor of this proposal. The museum will bring the city into a destination where people can come, learn about our history, and feel proud of what we have done and continue to do. And it's all of us history, so the museum is not like a club like the Sertoma, which I'm a member of, or the Women's Club. The museum is the city, and it's all of us history. So it will be a wonderful investment for our city to go through with it.
Thank you, Mabel. Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, no more
Good.
questions. Thank you.
All right. So just kind of a show of hands, everybody in favor of just moving forward with at least this assessment? Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Redley. Okay, let's see, what do we got? Agenda about a review there, Edward?
Yes, Mayor. Staff would like to move Resolution 22-53. It's item 9, or I'm sorry, item 10 under ordinances and resolutions. To the first item under ordinances and resolutions, Chuck Babbitt is got a prior commitment, so he'd like to move it, if we could, to that point. I don't know if that works for you. I mean, there's still several items for business here, but, okay.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so we're going to move that. I had it, just put it in front of business. If you want, Edward, can we just put it in front of the business?
If the wishes of the council, that would be,
If
you
that's
can
the
do
wish
that.
of the council, I'd like to be able to move him right up in front of the business items, just a small resolution for a street light assessment. Okay, so we'll move it up to the first item before business action items.
Okay.
Okay, with that, public comment. Susan?
Dennis Newt?
Thank you. Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street. It's time for a charter review for our city. The dual leadership of a mayor and a city manager is obviously not working. With a review, we could allow accountability and apply responsibility. The need for a costly and legal process of a recall vote would not be needed. If the city manager fails, he can be removed by termination. Our city is full of examples of failure. Failures in infrastructure development and maintenance, failures in building maintenance, failures in safety and training in the fire department, resulting in the death of a young firefighter. Yet the mayor got an approximate $8,000 pay raise in the budget. Recent items on social media showed that 2 fire department chief officers got perfect scores on their reviews and maxed the percentage raise. How does that work? Failures in safety, failures in training, failures to recognize a lack of staffing and push to change it. The first loss of a firefighter in our city history, and they get maximum pay increases? That's taxpayer money, not your money. I call foul on that, as well as the mayor's pay raise. All of this is occurring under his supposed leadership. Nothing will destroy a great employee's morale and inspiration faster than watching their employer tolerate and reward a bad one. At the public and city events, I see 3 or 4 council members with great regularity, yet there was no stipend increase for them. In today's fuel economy, the fuel costs have soared, and a blind eye is turned to giving these hardworking representatives an increase. I think they deserve one, as the work they do is enormously important to our city. They have agendas dumped on them in as little as 72 hours advance notice for meetings. This is unacceptable and needs to be changed, that all items to be heard at a meeting, unless it's an emergency, shall be given to the council members 14 days prior to a meeting. The timeline is ours, the city, not the developers with greed and no foresight into infrastructure in mind. A hard timeline should be applied, and a residential development moratorium should be in place until infrastructure begins to catch up. A couple meetings ago, the mayor distributed a letter which he claimed was the timeline for a code enforcement case against my home. It had many inaccuracies in it, but I noticed he stated the code fines brought into the city approximately $500,000. Is this the funding he's replacing the red light cameras with? My question is, what happened to the money? The city must not have used it for any building maintenance. Ask yourself why codes don't apply to city properties. The taxpayers deserve better protection of city investments. Employees of the cities and guests of the city deserve better conditions within city-owned property. People passing by city-owned property should see a better presentation by the city if we desire to grow and enforce rules fairly. How can codes be enforced on taxpayers when the city does not police itself? It's past time to fix it. And here's the pictures. These are all city-owned properties. It's the old Carrot House at the muck. It's covered in muck and graffiti. Graffiti is specifically against the code. There's an up-close view of it. The fascia is falling off. The roof membrane has been compromised. This is the Conley House. The siding is rotting off of it. The fascia is falling off of it. There's black mold behind where the fascia is supposed to be. This is the back porch. The siding is rotten off and the screen is rusting out. This is the back door, covered with rotting plywood. This is the Cobb Printing Building behind City Hall over here. The windows are broken out. There's a feral cat colony living in it. The paint is chipped and faded. The grass is not cut. This is a building at the Forest Avenue Maintenance Complex. There's 5 layers of tarps on that building. It's been like that since 2017. People work in that building. What kind of mold infiltration is in that building? We have an obligation to the employees and the people that go in that building to protect their health and safety. It gets better. There's another view of the building. There's the building behind it, the garage. The shingle roof is falling apart. There's mold on the front of the building, but I couldn't get a picture of it because of the truck. There's a view of the building next door with the metal roof that's peeling off of it. Fire stations. I didn't take these pictures. I got these off of social media. Here's holes in the insulation caused by water infiltration. Water infiltration, everybody knows, causes mold. All through the station, look at the mold. And we have employees that live in these places a third of their lives. Mold in the ceilings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. New. Appreciate it. Next up.
Let me know when you're ready for it. Yes. You want to start playing now or you want to talk?
Just a second.
Okay.
Shantae Jemison, Reimagine Communities, 1186 Tallow Road, Apopka, Florida, 32703. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Happy holidays. Thank you for this time to speak with you. We just wanted to come back. We came to you a couple of months ago about our reading and literacy program for elementary students. And we just wanted to keep you informed of the updates and things that we've been doing in the community. We know that each of you have individually donated in one facet or another to our projects. And so we wanted to be transparent to let you know where your money is going. So we have a short little video that we're going to play for you. It's only a minute. I'll be within my 4 minutes, I promise. Yes. Our Reading on City initiative started to help literacy textbooks throughout the pandemic. Through friendly competition, we endeavored to bring the business community, the community at large, and our schools together to collectively promote literacy in our elementary school students. Our students embarked on a 4-week journey around the town, reading books and collecting incentives to continue to read more books. To date, we have reported over 4,000 books being read by our elementary school students. But to us, it's more than about just reading the books. We endeavor to change the mindsets and the behavior of our students when it comes to literacy. We believe that Dr. Seuss says it best. The more that you read, the more that you'll know. The more that you learn, the more that you'll grow. And to us, that's the true example of literacy reimagined. As you guys know, we've had 4 successful events that we've sold out in each event. And we want you to understand that it's more about having fun and parties. There's an actual literacy program that we are administering, and these are just small components of this larger program that we are creating for our city. And I didn't realize that council was at 1:30 today because the kids made you a presentation and they wanted to present it, but I am here to present it to you. In our Thanksgiving reading party, we had them draw why they were thankful, and we wanted to present it to you at City Council to let you know that each decision that you make, every vote for yes or no, whatever we are discussing, it has a direct effect on these little hands. Everything that you do affects these kids, the kids that aren't able to vote, the parents that are concerned about their children's literacy or their school quality. So we wanted to give you this as a reminder that we are thankful that you guys sit on these seats and to remember that everything you do affects us. So thank you for your time, and we hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, Shantae. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And if we can, when you kind of knock out and finish your kind of first initiative, can you come back and kind of give us a re-update, so to speak?
Wrap up.
Yeah, I think that'd be great and valuable for all of us. So definitely beneficial. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to keep it simple. I have one question that I would appreciate an answer to. I'm not sure if you can give it to me, but we certainly have representatives at the city today, Mr. Hitt at the back, who could give us some information. At the last census, I believe there was 55,000 residents in the city of Apopka. With the concerns that are current in the community, can anyone here today tell me how many houses since that census have been approved for development, are currently under construction, or are currently going through the approval process? It's a simple question. Does anybody know the answer to that question?
We'll get back to you in the next, give us a week or so.
Here's the thing, Mayor. If you have to get back to me in a week or so, how can you make decisions today based on what you're going to pass if you don't know the answer? You should not be making decisions on the infrastructure of this city if you can't answer a simple question. Mr. Hitt's here. Does Mr. Hitt want to give us an opinion?
So I'll just provide my feedback. Obviously census data will allow us to see what actual households are on the system within the city of Apopka. The last update that we received, I think we got an email, as of March of 2022, it was 9,900 dwelling units that were currently within the backlog. Now, the thing to consider, obviously, on that one too, is what's the throughput in terms of actually coming online. So Jim, again, building would have to answer the question of, how does that 9,900 actually turn into habitable occupancies. Because from my understanding, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but on max years, we're probably about 500 per year. But, comparatively speaking, Horizons West, when we were all championing for the OCPS, the K through 8 school up on Jason Dwelly, they're doing upwards of 3,000 or more per year. But in short, to answer your question, from my perspective, I don't have a revised sheet from March of 2022, but from my understanding, currently it's 9,900.
9,900.
9,900 dwelling units.
Okay, so if we look at the average of 3 persons per dwelling,
I'm getting a head nod from Jim.
that would appear that we would be looking at another 27,000 residents?
Hold on, Jim.
The 9,900, that's what's probably coming within the next 3 to 5 years.
But in some level of approval that has either land use approval based off their concept of what developments they want to do, actual approvals where we've approved plats and construction plans and things like that. But generally speaking, our leading indicator would suggest that of all the things that are in the hopper at this point, if everything were to come online, there's roughly 9,900 dwelling units.
Within the next 3 to 5 years. We get, like you mentioned, we get about 500 to 600 residential units per year, which is the top of the scale. But they do have the correct land use and they've got the correct zoning in order to be able to do that. And that's approximately what we've got. But I don't have my statistical page with me, but we've got about 12,000, 13,000 or so existing right now.
Right. And then,
thank you.
To Mr. McKimmy's point, I mean, when you apply the average average people per household in the Apopka right now, it's 3. So loose math, 27,000.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had to ask today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Gregory Griffith.
Okay, my name is Gregory Griffith in Clear Lake Estates subdivision, Apopka, Florida. And I basically have one simple question to ask based on the fact that we were supposed to have a meeting for the workshop meeting for Clear Lake Estates, the flooding situation, which I understand was postponed until next year. So I'm looking for leadership to find out, or looking to leadership to find out what's going to be done and when.
Well, we'll have the meeting and then we'll have some thoughts and some ideas on how to move forward.
Okay, but we don't know when the meeting's going to be, do we?
We are working on that. Wait to marry our calendars with St. John's Water Management District. So waiting for them to confirm. Obviously, we need them in the room as well.
Okay, so basically what we're saying is we're postponing.
Probably the first week of January would be my
First week of
guess.
January?
Yeah. But everybody have notice. I know some people have wanted to exclude certain people from being at the meeting, but we'll make it another open workshop for you. Okay.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, Sylvester Hall.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. How y'all doing? I wanted to comment on our last workshop for annexation. And the first thing I want to say, please accept my humble apology for raising my voice. I try to do everything in good standards, so when I come and I speak to y'all, it's speaking from the heart and it's speaking with character and trying to do everything in good order. But just listening to the workshop, listening to all the input, it was very hard for me to take in everything without being frustrated. Okay. When we say the Holocaust, never again, is met with certain energy, positive energy. When we say slavery, never again, is not met with that same energy. And I challenge you guys to do another workshop to see how did South Apopka end up in the condition that it's in. And I challenge you on this, on the fact that poverty is man-made. It's not by coincidence, it's man-made. And I want you to do that workshop so you can go back and you can research all the data. I've done a lot of it, but I want you to do it. I can't remember the exact meeting we was in, but I gave everybody, I said, go back and look at Dowdale versus the city of Apopka. The only one wasn't present was Commissioner Becker, and if you don't mind, can I give this to you? One of the things that I looked at how our Apopka historian, Ms. Francine Borkin, gave her story of history. Then I looked at and listened to Commissioner Smith give his history of South Apopka. Two very different takes. One says annex in by any means necessary. One said, no, I wouldn't vote. If I had to vote today, I would vote no. And so my thing in the military is we always go back to the basics. When we don't have an idea of how to go left or right, go back to the basics. And if you do another workshop, look at the facts. And I think we'll come to that conclusion. I'm gonna let you do the work, but I already came to the conclusion, annexing in South Apopka is the moral thing to do. And it should be annexed in without any cost to the residents. And Mayor, you say that's a tall pill to swallow. But I remember one meeting you told me, Sylvester, you say, if you have something, bring it to me first. I'm bringing it to you, and I'm giving you the opportunity to look at it and dissect it. But as one retired veteran, one proud Black man, I think it's time this country move forward. I think it's time the city of Apopka move forward, and I like the city of Apopka to be that beacon of light. And I'll be there every step of the way to do what I need to do. I'll watch everybody's response when Dennis New is up here speaking. And he's been speaking for quite a while. And he's a citizen. And I listened to him come up and repeat the same thing over and over. Mayor, I'm finishing up. And it seemed like it's falling on deaf ears. I look at the people body language here. Do they even care about what he's saying? America needs to do better. The city of Apopka needs to do better. And the people, we have to change. We the people, we have to change. We have to start caring about our fellow neighbors. Thank you so much.
Okay, Malcolm David.
My name is Malcolm David. I own a house at 13 West Sandpiper Street. I think I've emailed all of you the circumstances of why I'm here. My house burnt down, and I'm being charged $760,000 in a code enforcement lien. Do you want me to go through everything that I emailed to you, or?
I mean, I know we're going to respond. Chief, have you gotten with the commissioners to kind of go through code enforcement? Okay. Okay. I think they're willing to, like everybody else, we're always willing to try to settle a code enforcement violation. So I think got the people in the room that are ready to make a deal if you're willing to meet us halfway, but.
Well, I'm just telling you, there are circumstances which you already know about.
Yeah.
that I don't feel I should have to pay that kind of money for this.
Right.
The circumstances,
Agree.
okay. So what should I do now?
You need to talk to code enforcement, see whether they can come up with a solution.
Okay.
Okay?
So who's code enforcement?
You got Lieutenant Brick, runs the code enforcement department for us. You want to meet with him, Lieutenant? Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll meet with him outside if you'd like. Yeah, thank you. That's it? Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and then jump over to the consent agenda. We got 4 items on the consent agenda. Anybody need to pull any of the items? If not, look for a motion to approve as the 4 consent agenda items.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we're going to take up Resolution 2022-53, Chuck Vavrick on a special assessment.
Resolution 2022-53, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, setting forth the city's intent to use the uniform ad valorem method of collection of a non-ad valorem assessment for properties lying within the Summit Ridge Street Lighting District in the City of Apopka, to fund street lighting services, facilities, and programs, providing that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the property appraiser, tax collector, and the Florida Department of Revenue in accordance with Section 197.3632(3)(a) Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioners, Mayor, the Chuck Vavrick City Administration. This resolution is to create the Summit Ridge Street Lighting Special Assessment District for street lighting services dealing with that development located on North Main, as in the state street there at the high school. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if you have them, but I think the resolution is pretty straightforward.
Any questions for Chuck?
That's just going to be new development there, correct? Do we know how many homes it's going to be?
I want to say 16 to 20. I don't have it right off the top.
I got you. Thank you.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve Resolution 2022-53.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Hope you feel better. Poncan Pine subdivision. Jim?
I'm just enlarging it for her.
Good afternoon, Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to approve the Poncan Pines Major Development Plan. The property is approximately 31 acres located on the northeast corner of Poncan Road and Poncan Pines Road. Here's the aerial of the property. The Poncan Pines Subdivision Major Development Plan proposes the development of a 61-lot subdivision consisting of single-family detached residences. The proposed typical lot width is 80 feet, and each unit will have a minimum living area of 1,600 square feet. The applicant proposes an amenity open space package that consists of 22% of the project area, including both passive and active recreation such as walking trails, sports fields, playgrounds, and picnic areas. Open space, amenities, and stormwater areas are located in the southern portion of the site adjacent to Poncan Road. Access to the development is proposed on Poncan Pines Road, and emergency access is provided adjacent to Poncan Road. The DRC recommends approval. At its meeting on November 8, 2022, Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the major development plan. The recommended motion is to approve the Poncan Pines Subdivision Major Development Plan. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
If she can just kind of speak to the concern that one of the residents had regarding the curvature of that road. And I know that she did give me some information, but for our
Do you want to do that, or you want to
residents.
have Pam do that?
I'll have Pam clarify because I know
Yeah.
she's dealt directly with the resident there and Orange County as well.
Okay. Commissioner, are you
You
at?
can lift it.
I forgot. I wasn't planning on being here that long. Are you asking about the curve?
Yes.
The curve's going to stay, but that is an emergency-only access. It'll be gated. It'll be a stabilized surface. There won't be any other connectivity. I hope we don't have to use it, at least not very often. It will just be in case police and fire need to get in there and they can't get in any other way. It's not an appropriate place for the main access to a 61-unit residential subdivision. That's why it's off of the road to the west.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It did, but, for the dedicated audience, because I know that, we had a resident that had presented, his concern for that road that curves, as far as, for the residents, the new residents that will be living in that area. And he was concerned for the schools that are right next to this new project.
There is a gentleman that lives on the south side of Pumpkin Road to the west.
Right.
And we've talked to him on several occasions. I'm confident that when we get to site plan, his issues will be resolved. He's concerned that the stacking will back up. We're making some modifications to the turn lanes. At the same time, Orange County has asked us to work with them to ensure that school crossing is safe. They've already got some pretty good markings out there. They've got flashing lights, and the signage is appropriate. I think that what we're looking at right now is maybe redoing the crosswalk with highly reflective thermoplastic striping and a couple other things. Orange County has mentioned a safety study, and we're still working with them on that. But we'll have that resolved before site plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, my only other is around safety related as well. We talked about it on Monday. On the one plan, we did talk about how they have the bike rack, and was I guess intended for the park itself that's at the end of that cul-de-sac. But kids are going to take the path of least resistance to school, and if they see a thoroughfare that's there for emergency purposes, I just want to make sure that if they do that, it's a safe environment from which for them to get down to Poncan to walk to school.
That emergency access will have a Knox box that only fire and police, I believe, can access.
How high of a fence is that? Is this something that's easily scalable? I mean, we know kids, right? So.
Yeah.
The maximum would be 6 feet, but I'll let the developer represent.
Yeah, and not for it to be a total solve during today's proceedings, but by the time we do get to the formal site plan, just to make sure that we've covered that contingency, I guess.
Tina Demosny with MI Homes. The access will be fire department only with the Knox box, and there won't be vehicles or anything to be able to, but we are planning for a pedestrian access near that point because we think that, kids are going to want to come down, parents are going to want to come down, but it'll be a separate, they might, cross over that getting down there because we're going to have some recreation in that area, but we will have a separate pedestrian only locking gate because it's a gated community, so. Jimmy, you have it?
Jimmy Palm, the Appian engineer, and I just wanted to note too that we're along the whole length of our southern property boundary. We're installing a 10-foot wide trail. The main purpose is the school trips, people walking back and forth to the school right to the east of us. So that will be improved, and rather than like a typical 5-foot sidewalk, you'll have this new 10-foot walking path, and we're lighting the entire length of that southern property boundary as well.
Oh, that's good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Anybody from the public wishes to speak on this
I
matter?
just want to say one thing too, just a note, this isn't more of a question, but I just appreciate what you guys are doing here, that you guys labeled some existing trees that you guys are preserving. I think that's really cool, so hopefully that doesn't get lost in translation there once we get to site plan or anything like that, but I think that's really cool. You guys are keeping a lot of what's there.
Yeah, no, our landscape architects, we're trying to save any tree we can. So they're definitely putting a big emphasis towards saving existing and retaining existing canopy coverage on site.
Awesome, love that.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street. My biggest concern here, is there a plan by the city, the state, or the county to improve any of those roads out here? Within a stone's throw of this development are 3 other big developments that they've built, and apparently nobody here has tried to go through Poncan and Plymouth Sorrento during the morning commute to work or the commute home process. The roads are getting more and more congested. As well, this development has one means of access and egress other than the emergency one. Before this city council in the past, and before the planning department in the past, plans for developments with one means of access and egress have always been kicked to the side as only having one means of access or egress. Now, are we going to start developing it to dump out onto Poncan Road? It's a 2-lane road. It goes to the stoplight, and every morning, I guarantee you, traffic is backed up going south on Plymouth Sorrento through that curve and beyond because of traffic load and congestion on the roads. And every time we turn around, they bring in and they show you this major development plan. More power to them if we're going to fix the streets. But they don't show you the bigger picture of the other developments that were recently built on the backside of Zellwood, the mobile home park.
Zellwood Station.
Zellwood Station, and in that area. And the traffic load there in the morning all the way up Plymouth Sorrento Road is horrendous. So we're putting in more houses. Who has a plan? The city needs to stop shrugging its shoulders and say it's a county road, it's a state road. Somebody needs to have a plan to improve the infrastructure. There's going to be horrendous wrecks at Plymouth Sorrento and Poncan Road. If they dump a sidewalk out there in the curve, I can tell you from past experience when I worked for Apopka and when my brother worked for Orange County, there have been some fatality crashes in that curve. Are we going to let it involve pedestrians, kids that are coming out of gate to walk to school in the morning? Some more forethought needs to be going into access and egress. And again, infrastructure. This city lacks on infrastructure like Mars lacks on water.
Yeah, and to that end, and it's probably a good time to talk about it because you may want to take a quick seat because I might talk for a second. No, and this is what I personally talked about for almost an hour on our prep session on Monday, and it's this topic. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff coming online. We just talked about the backlog that we have here in Apopka. And I think we can all collectively up here where we sit say that the number one concern is transportation. And so when you look at our comp plan, and I asked for a copy of it actually this morning just to kind of peruse it, the comp plan is significantly out of date. I mean, some of the traffic volumes and considerations that were listed for that date back all the way to 2008. So we know that those are vastly out of date. I mean, you just take the Ridge project alone. I mean, that was not contemplated. Back in 2008, they didn't have that crystal ball. So and I know that Jim has said that we're going to be addressing comp plan sometime in the near future, but obviously the sum of the comp plan, one of which is the transportation element, in my opinion, I think that's should be prioritized first just because of the rapid growth that we're in. And we don't have, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, just factually speaking, within that transportation element, not only is it dated, but we don't have a master traffic plan that's part of that element. And that's something that needs to get accelerated as in yesterday. And then the tertiary piece of that is what I asked Pam during that discussion is, not only does it allow us to point to something that's relevant and recent, but then we can kind of stack ourselves against progress against that particular plan. So we kind of used Decoy Apopka as an example or a case study that on Monday evening. It's a county road. Okay, let's get past that. To everybody's point up here, it can't be a county city thing. It's how do we solve the issue and get the right outcome? And Pam, in defense to Pam, she's having those conversations with developers. We the public and we the council just want to see that cadence of, hey, we're going to have X amount of dwelling units that come online within the 3 to 5 year period. Here's how we're going to stack that transportation capacity aligned with that growth, that we all have comfort in this room, because it becomes I wouldn't say it's never going to be an easy conversation, but it's a conversation that we can at least point to fact. But I have a hard time getting up here and with a straight face talking to Mr. McKinney or Mr. New and saying, yeah, we've got a plan, because we don't. I mean, in the terms of a formal comp plan document, I think it's dated. But like Table 3.8 and the current element talks about recommended road improvements prior to 2030, and Pond Can's not even on that. I mean, it just wasn't even considered. Now, this may just be because it's city roads, but that's not the case because Plymouth Sorrento is on here. But we've got to get this refreshed, knowing some of the big mixed-use developments that are coming online. We've just got to prove, it's our job to do it, prove that we have the traffic infrastructure to be able to support all these things. So that's my soapbox. Just know that it's top of mind for me. I mean, and hopefully it's for the rest of the council. But I would suggest that we do accelerate that element portion of the comp plan updates that we do, because it is so critical to what we're doing, not only from reacting to the development community, but also, again, infrastructure serves almost as economic development tool in the toolkit as well. So.
What is that?
Okay.
Comp plan.
So,
Anybody else?
so can I just ask, if you give something to one commissioner, can you kind of send the same link to individually to the other commissioners? Because I know when I ask for something, the first thing I say is, let me have a copy, but please give a copy to each of the other commissioners. So,
Well, can we put this back on the website? Is there an ADA reason why we don't have it out there? Can we just put the digital copy of our comp plan back on the website? It is?
yeah. Okay.
And when, I know that East Central Florida Regional Planning Council is, what is their timeline?
We, every single element, especially the transportation, future land use, all relies on the statistical information that's provided in usually the population estimations. And those were delayed getting out by Bieber, and then we've got a couple different, Schimberg also does different population estimates. Those are not going to be coming out until probably January right now. My original thought, and we've gone through just about every portion of each element in order to get it updated. And my original thought was that it would get adopted in January. So what they have to do is go back in each of those elements that we've already reviewed and then put in the population estimations so that we at least have an accurate picture of what we're looking at for the future. And they do look at our current COs and our current permits and our whole picture of how busy we actually are with all of our developments, so that all the elements are up to date and we can get that accurate picture, especially for the transportation portion.
And they've done a nice job for a very little amount of money. We got a great
Central
deal
Florida
for.
Regional Planning Council. I had mentioned that to a couple of my people that I know that they're in my position. They're actually contracting with East Central Florida Regional because they do a good job, and they are, I guess you could say, right there with the Department of Economic Opportunity up in Tallahassee for the approvals of the comprehensive plans.
And I think the other good news is that, they have another set of eyes, another fresh set of eyes to look at
Correct.
what we're doing, not just what our staff is kind of leaning into. So I think it's a great, checks and balance on what we look forward to.
The other part that you mentioned is that the affordability, this is running about $80,000 to do. If we went out for a contractor to do this, it would end up being probably about 2 to 3 times that. And this is the agency that actually does the review for the state for comprehensive plans. So it's
And then
a
a
good
question
group.
for you or maybe Gene, how many, we've had at least 3 major developments kind of that have been shelved, or is that 4 now?
No, there's 6.
Huh?
There's 6.
6, so we've had 6.
4 confirmation and an email. I'm not sure what's.
Okay, so anyway, we've had 6 that were moving full steam ahead and now have.
Correct. A lot of the developers, the home builders have decided to cut back a little bit. They've got so many different developments going on, and there is a little bit of a cutback. There's a slowdown.
Right.
One of those is there's one of those is in the northeast side of the Kelly Park interchange area going up to Onage Road. Just got delayed.
And I think, with another half point, rate increase in the prime, I think we're going to see some more slowdowns. I think waiting to January is probably a better idea anyway, so that we got a feel for how slow we get, or, you know, what the intensity of the slowdown becomes, because it could affect, just like, you know, in 05, 06, when we were, Kelly Park interchange was, I mean, it was going to happen tomorrow, and all those things were on the books, and, you know, it blew up, and here we are 14 years later now doing what should have, you know, that was planned to have been done in 6, 7, and 8, something like that. Yeah. Yes.
I want to address what Commissioner Rucker said. Two things. I have a different pot of money to do the transportation from them. And the element update is underway. We have kind of been waiting on their data analysis, but I'm prepared to go forward and at least get some of the things done that for y'all could get some questions answered. Some things aren't going to change. We need to make sure that our data analysis syncs up with theirs. If I have to go forward and do my own, I can do that.
Because I mean,
I'm not waiting on them
yeah,
any
I mean,
longer.
to the mayor's
We're under
point,
contract. I have an actual consultant doing my stuff. Now,
Good.
my funding is coming from Metro Plan, but if we get into a box where I need more funding, I will simply come and ask y'all, can you give me a little bit more money to do the top rate study and analysis and element that I think is what you're expecting.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm what the mayor just said, because I mean, fully, I mean, we've already felt recessionary pressures, and it's going to continue through 23, 24. As a matter of when it hits the hardest, who knows, but we're already starting to see that. I just wanted to get clarity that we're not going to wait to do any of this element based off of just behaviors in the market, because we need it, like as in yesterday, right? We're going to plod forward with doing this. Correct?
Some things are beyond our control, but there are some parts of the transportation element that we can do.
Okay. Good. And sorry for the applicant again. I just think that this is a relevant conversation with a lot of the business that we have on our agenda for today.
Need to try to stay focused on where, this is not a general, try to stay focused, please, sir.
With respect to road models are well and good, but road models are based on the fact that the city planners are aware of what the roads consist of. I have no faith at this particular moment in time, based on some of the lack of knowledge that the planning department have shown about the substrates on roads. So it's all very well and good taking into consideration road plans, but those road plans are no good if the roads aren't built up to standard, and Orange County have to develop them and redevelop them over a period of time. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Public? Okay. With that, any other comments? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve the major development plan for the Poncan Pines subdivision.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Becker.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Ridge Parcel number 6, major development. Jean?
Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to approve the Ridge Parcel 6 major development plan. The property is approximately 28 acres located on the southeast corner of Boy Scout Road and Binion Road. The Ridge Parcel 6 is the southern portion of the established Ridge PD plan development. The applicant has submitted a major development plan for consideration, which details the development of the multifamily and commercial uses on this portion. Development is subject to the standards and conditions set forth in PD Ordinance number 2938, and which was adopted on July 27, 2022. The major development plan proposes an apartment complex with 304 dwelling units and a commercial out parcel. The apartment complex is located on parcel 6A west adjacent of the proposed Bronson Lake Drive. The applicant is also proposing 64 one-bedroom units, 208 two-bedroom units, and 32 three-bedroom units. Parcel 6B is the location of the stormwater tract, and future commercial development is on about 10 acres on parcel 6C. For the multifamily portion, the MDP depicts a total area of 2.8 acres of open space and amenity areas. The amenity open space program includes a pool, clubhouse, and recreation areas on the south of parcel 6A. Additional amenities are also planned for the entire PD development in parcel 8 as approved in the Ridge PD master plan. The proposed access points for Parcel 6A, the multifamily development, are on Boy Scout Road and Bronson Lake Drive. The commercial portion will undergo a separate development review process. The DRC recommends approval. At its meeting on November 8, 2022, Planning Commission unanimously recommended to approve the major development plan. The recommended motion is to approve the Ridge Parcel 6 major development plan. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Gene?
We're building, or we're having them build Bronson Lake Drive first, or in the first few, like, are they doing that first, or are they using Boy Scout Road predominantly?
I'll let John Powell go ahead and answer that question. I know we've approved the infrastructure construction site plan, so I don't know how far along they are.
Thanks, Gene. Good afternoon, John Prowl with VHB, 225 East Robinson, Orlando, Florida. To answer your question, Commissioner, the Bronson Lake Drive is currently under construction. So we've already planned it, designed it, it's under construction from Boy Scout through for about 80% of the road going out to Apopka.
Okay, so that should be complete prior to this.
Yes.
This project being finished.
That project it's under construction right now.
Okay.
And we're in major development plan stage here.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay,
yep.
thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Anybody from the public wishes to speak on this matter? Come on down.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia. I'm going to back up a couple of slides. This one. Again, we're going to put an apartment complex, granted, they have planning for another road to take it out another way. But we're going to dump out cars onto two-lane roads that are now serving all of the Clear Lake area, the Avian Point, the Clear Lake Estates, everything from Camp Weewa north. And they're wanting to request density changes. They're not going to dump out Peterson Road. They're going to come this way. Once again, we're going to overload two-lane roads. Is there a plan for infrastructure in our roadways in the future? Or is this like the space shuttle thing? We're going to launch the Challenger into space, and after the dang thing blows up, then we'll get a plan for an escape capsule. We're putting the cart before the horse. We're packing people in here tighter than elbows, and we got no roads. We got no infrastructure. And apparently, we haven't had a plan for infrastructure since 2008. Keep overloading the city.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve the major development plan for the Ridge Parcel 6.
Well, I mean, to that end, though, I mean, Pam, are we going to have, I mean, during our discussion, you have in your head what you want to get done. How do you enable us to advocate for what you're doing to give confidence that our roadway system is going to be able to accommodate the capacity? Because I feel like we get hung out here, and I just want to make sure that we have confidence here.
We are completing the study of the northern end of Apopka Road to widen it from Harmon Road north. Design will probably start right after the first of the year. I can never get in front of the impact fee money that we collect. So then as soon as we have enough money, we'll widen that piece. The same thing's going on at the southern end. Over on Binion, we're within about 2 years, you'll start seeing construction on a new interchange that will directly load people onto State Road 429 off and on.
And without their help, the Ridge's help to purchase the right-of-way, it wouldn't have happened.
We're, between us
Yep.
and the Ridge developer,
Yep.
we're acquiring most of the right-of-way that's needed for that, as well as the right-of-way that's needed along Apopka Road. Most of it's a donation from the Ridge, and it's a true donation. We're not reimbursing them with impact fee credits or otherwise. You know, things don't happen overnight. It's going to take a solid year to design it. It took a solid year to do the study. And we have agreements for all these things that we're talking about. We have agreements in place. So it is more than a plan, and it's in response to what y'all asked me to do a couple years ago, and I got started. I do listen to you.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, the residents just want to be able to hold us accountable, and rightfully so, both on the staff level and us up here making the decision. They want to be able to point a finger at, hey, Pam said we're going to do this. The council was under that assumption when we made the approval, and they need to hold us accountable, and I think that's fair.
The first thing you're going to see is a signal at Martin. It's the only thing holding us up right now is Orange County, and we're working through that. It's at 100% design. It's fully funded for construction. That's the first thing that you'll see. And then the next thing you'll see are some of these other improvements. A 10 and 12-foot trail, you'll see that coming up. Apopka Road with the widening. It's not just this developer that's looked at it. I've had other consultants look at this too. And we're being very careful about the design and what I don't want to say extracting, but what we were requiring from all these developers that come in to make sure that the city doesn't bear the brunt. And they're all willing to participate because they know that we need the infrastructure for their businesses to be successful. For the unnamed grocer, they need a signal and a widened road. And so they're chomping at the bit to come, so they're going to help us make that happen.
Okay. And the only other question I have for the applicant, any idea on the commercial at this point? Or is it just no plan yet, just reserving it for commercial?
I don't want to speak for the I don't want to speak for the owner, but we're working through the second half of Parcel 6, and we should be submitting a major development plan here soon for that, with a potential site plan. But yeah, nothing that we can disclose right now.
Okay.
And I just want to say thanks to Pam for all of her efforts and the developers that's working along with her, because I also noticed that they've already began the work at the intersection of Boy Scout and Apopka Court Road that's desperately needed. And so I see that work has already begun. So just want to say thank you for your efforts.
Okay, thank you. All right. We'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve the major development plan for the Ridge Parcel 6.
So moved.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Winding Meadows North, major development plan.
This is Roxanne Reed with the Planning and Zoning Division. The project and the request is to approve Winding Meadows North Major Development Plan. Future land use is mixed use. You can see the vicinity of the project here. The existing use is vacant land, the tract size 23.68 acres, and they are proposing 3.78 dwelling units per acre and 85 single-family residences. Each of these units will have a minimum lot width of 34 feet rear-loaded and 55 feet front-loaded. This development is in the 1 mile radius of the interchange of the Cueva Parkway and Kelly Park Road. A requirement of 20% of land is reserved for open space, and that's the requirement. This applicant is proposing an amenity open space package that consists of 20.94% of the project area. The amenities do include an 8-foot wide multipurpose trail from the southern end of the subdivision to promote connectivity between the developments, and a 5-foot wide recreational trail around the stormwater ponds, and also a tot lot pocket park. As you can see here, Winding Meadows North is south of Laurel Oaks and north of Winding Meadows Phase 2. The access will be from both of these developments via the spine road that you can see here. The Development Review Committee is finding this major development plan consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. Planning Commission at its meeting on November 8th unanimously recommended approval, and the recommendation is to approve Winding Meadows North Major Development Plan. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Roxanne? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
Dennis knew. Force night's not one of my big plans in life, but I'm smart enough to read these maps. Again, we're dumping onto 2-lane roads, and there's a proposed phase 2 back here, and then they have an exit road that's going to somewhere. Do they own that property? The other developers out on Kelly Park Road tried this. They owned one piece of property and put in an exit road and then tried to get the city to tie into a county road. And everything is loading 2-lane roads. We got a plan, but we got the cart before the horse. Maybe it's time to put the cart back in the barn and close the doors and do a moratorium until we start with, at least have a plan in place to improve the roadway infrastructure around this town. We're doing everything backwards to what should be doing. And it's not good for the people that are moving here, because you're going to get all these people moving in, and then the next grumbles you're going to start hearing is about how congested the roads are and how backed up the roads are and how overworked the fire department and police department are, because they're going to be responding to accidents on all of these 2-lane roads from being over congested. That falls on the city commission. I know what I'm saying doesn't matter a hill, because everything keeps getting voted in. Somebody needs to wake up. We're overpopulating an overloaded road infrastructure. At some point in time, somebody's got to say, whoa, and at least get the plan up there so you know something's going on. We don't even have a plan yet. It's time to change it.
Well, just to reference specifically to this project, there is a plan and there is ownership to the west. It's Kelly Park Crossing. They're going to be creating more connectivity all the way over to, which you guys don't want to hear this, Golden Gem, which then connect over to Sadler, which will connect over to 441. Then Effie will go all the way north as well. So, and then there's also going to be a road going north as well. And then once we get kind of Joey McGuckin built out, that'll also be cross connectivity there. So we understand absolutely what is being brought up. And although you're one of the only ones that come and speak every time, you're not the only person that reaches out to us. So there is concern there, obviously, and none of us are immune to hearing that often. But there is a plan, but in this specific area, there's a plan. To the point that has already been made multiple times, we need one that is full encompassing the entire city.
Luke Klassen, Appian Engineering. To your point, Commissioner Nessa, not only is there a plan which your staff, Pam, has diligently worked to ask for additional right-of-way. So we proposed right-of-way, a 66-foot right-of-way, which aligns with the overpass on 429, which does extend over to the west and connect all the way to Sadler, which will connect you all the way from Golden Gem. Eventually, Joey McGuckin, which will align with, will go all the way to Plymouth Central, and you'll have an east-west connector. In addition to that, Pam has got multiple meetings together with both Orange County, ourselves, and Laurel Oaks, the development to the north of us, to where now you have a road going from Appy Lane, with the Winding Meadows First development, all the way up to the north, about 3/4 of the way up to the Publix intersection at Kelly Park. So you are starting to get some of the roadway infrastructure that you planned back in 2008, 9, 10 when you first put together the Kelly Park interchange. You're starting to see it come to fruition with these developments, with the interconnectivity, and starting to get the north-south collectors as well as the east-west collectors in place.
Any other questions? Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's no shock, right? I started with the first piece of business that it's a recurring theme. And I don't dispute what Mr. New is saying at all. I mean, it's a valid point. As a layperson, which most of us are when it comes to land development and things like this, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, wow, you're building a whole bunch of homes in an area that really doesn't have the current roadway infrastructure that, a layperson would say would support it. So again, I think it would be advantageous for staff to, knowing that this is going to be a reoccurring theme. Sorry, I'm looking at you, but I'm saying staff.
Yeah.
That not only we need to get in front of a comment like that in public comment. Like, we know that that's going to be a concern. And again, the public doesn't have access to the transparency and the full agenda that we have. So we get up here and we feel like we're prepared, but no one from the general public has seen this stuff. And so when we see it in the room for the first time, of course, there's going to be light bulbs that go off and concerns that immediately are flipped on the switch on. So, I think you did a good job of addressing what Commissioner Nesta had said. And then two, the other point of, understanding capacity of our current roadways and stuff like that. So talking about spilling out to Plymouth Sorrento, what is, from your perspective or staff perspective, current capacity on that roadway? Granted, it's not an ideal situation if we put all this stuff on there, but what's the capacity? Talk through something like that.
So Plymouth Sorrento in the interim, until you get the north-south connector all the way to Publixton, or the east-west, which connects to Sadler to Plymouth Sorrento, during Winding Meadows' initial phases, phase 1 and 2, the turn lanes, access management they call it, on Plymouth Sorrento were sized for phases 1, 2, and 3, which is Plymouth Sorrento North, or Winding Meadows North, sorry. And so there's a couple different schools of argument with offsite roadway improvements. A lot of people just say add new lanes, and so you'll see some major roadways that are 8 lanes wide in some countries. And a lot of times that doesn't really work. It's more about the access management, providing turn lanes, deceleration lanes. And so those were actually constructed with the initial phase of Winding Meadows, in addition to a 30-foot right-of-way dedication that was already completed with Winding Meadows, the initial phases. And so those things are already done for the interim until you start to get these north-south and east-west connectors in place, but you have some of the infrastructure that's already been completed.
Now, what is, we ran into this kind of issue with some of the ones over off Rogers Road, and that road was really never kind of brought up to what it needed to service the communities that are there. What does Joey McGuckin look like?
Joey McGuckin right now, I want to say it's 15 foot, but I need to get Pam double check that. It's like a 15-foot right of way. It's not nearly wide enough to extend out. I want to say the developer to the west is already working on an agreement with city staff, but that's not part of this development. But we have proposed the full 66-foot right-of-way dedication. So we're proposing our entire northern section that aligns with the overpass because it's a little bit wider than typical. There's about 5 different roadway sections in your Kelly Park interchange roadway sections, and this, I believe, falls under the local collector road. And so it's about 66 feet wide, so it connect with that overpass, connect to the west, and then eventually, when developments come in, Joey McGuckin will be widened. Pam will do her job and request right-of-way dedication from them, too.
I have one piece of right-of-way that I need on Joey McGuckin still. And I'm hoping that that property is bought and comes in for development, or if we get to the point where we're ready to build the road, we're going to go ahead and design it, assuming that we're going to acquire that piece. We will either negotiate a sale or we will instigate a taking.
So the proportionate share in this case, is that the kind of the transaction value for us in terms of the proportionate share of that roadway improvement? They're giving us of the right of way? Is that how that works out?
And they paid their impact fees, yes.
Okay.
I had one question in reference to, and I guess it's Winding Meadows South, phase 1, we'll call it.
Winding Meadows, yeah.
Yeah.
Phase 1 and 2.
There's not a turn lane, if you're heading north on Plymouth Sorrento, there's not a turn lane left into that community.
Yeah, there's.
So if you're heading north and I want to head west into the community, there's a turn lane there?
North on Plymouth Sorrento?
Yes.
There's a left turn lane into the development, yes, sir. Yeah, just north of Appy Lane it starts. It's under construction, it's completed now, Orange County's about to certify it. There wasn't one
I don't think it's there, but I will take a picture and confirm, but I don't think it's there. There's one heading south into
Oak Ridge.
Correct, but there's not one heading west. Not that I know of, but I absolutely could be wrong.
Yeah, northbound left turn lane.
Okay.
If it's not there, it will be.
No, it's there. Orange County hasn't accepted it, just to be clear, that we're going through final certifications right now.
I'll confirm.
Okay, any other questions? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve major development plan for the Winding Meadows North development.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Second Amendment to the amended and restated development agreement for Oak Point.
For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to approve the Oak Point Second Amendment to the Development Agreement. This amendment to the DA specifically refers to the portion of the Oak Point development called Oak Point South, located north of McCormick Road, east of State Road 429, and southeast of Apopka Road. On April 18, 2018, the city approved an amendment to the initial Oak Point development agreement that included two developments consisting of Oak Point North, which is being developed with multifamily and commercial uses, and Oak Point South, which is being developed with single-family, detached, and townhome uses. On March 3rd, 2021, the first amendment to the development agreement was approved to remove the Oak Point North portion from the overall Oak Point development agreement. This is the final development plan for Oak Point South. In this agreement, the applicant is requesting that the City Council approve the proposed second amendment to Oak Point Development Agreement that outlines a list of utilities and infrastructure improvements in place before the development of 67 lots and the amenity on the southeast side of the project. I could go over each and every one of those items with you, but they are in your staff report. The DRC recommends approval, and the recommended motion is to approve the second amendment to the amended and restated development agreement for Oak Point. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Gene?
So I'm the dense one in the room. I've read this a few times. So in layman's terms, what are we approving here?
So, yes, basically, Oak Point is asking for kind of an early release. They have to, in that checklist in the actual development agreement and in your staff report, they have to meet all those utility and infrastructure agreements before they can move forward to constructing the 67 lots and the amenity center for Oak Point South.
Okay.
Any other questions for Gene?
So, sorry, to me, this just seems like normal course, right?
Generally, they would have to go through a construction site plan, and they would have to do a pre-construction meeting with the city engineer. And I'm not sure all the prerequisites with the pre-construction meeting. Richard would be more able to tell you that, but I think this is more to ensure the infrastructure for safe access, safe emergency access to the site is in place, and utilities like water is in place before they can actually get like a CO or certificate of occupancy.
So the applicant is asking this of us to make sure that we feel comfortable that the infrastructure, I'm trying to connect the dots and I'm struggling with this one. And sorry I didn't bring this up on our pre-meeting because I thought I was clear on it, but I'm not.
This project was originally done as an overall project. And
Right.
so what you see on the screen is the yellow portion is what they're asking for permission to build first. This is basically a phase plan. But in order to do that, they have to have all the infrastructure in place for that site. And we're also requiring that the recreation component is completed before the 25th CO for the homes that are actually being built. So that's what they're doing, is they're segmenting this section out.
Okay, so they just want to build one section early.
Yes, sir.
We're just saying from the city perspective, do all these other things. And oh, by the way, here's you have to be at a certain CO by this much, and you have to have this amenity and all that sort of stuff. So
Correct, yeah.
We made a similar concession like Silver Oak area.
We've done something similar, and we've kind of set a standard, a policy in when we do these, that by the 25th CO, they have to have those recreation components done. And that way, we don't get those complaints from those first 25 people that are moving in. Where's our recreation? Because in the past, this is just just after I got here, we were getting, I think Silver Oaks was one of those, that they had like 100 homes in there and they had no recreation component. And so we started requiring you have to have these things in by the 25th CO. So that way, we don't get the complaints and you don't get the complaints.
Okay. I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
This development, again, a development they're gonna build that until they finish out phase 2 and own the property up there in the left-hand corner that shows the way out, it's gonna be a development with one entrance and exit, which the city has struck down before on many occasions, okay? Only one way in and one way out. The city has shut them down on many times, all right? It dumps out onto a 2-lane road. The 2-lane road, either way you go, goes to another 2-lane road.
I think there's connectivity to the neighborhood to the east, is there not?
Connectivity to
There's
which one?
connectivity to the neighborhood to the east on this one. Yeah.
For emergency
Oh,
use.
okay, I thought that was
Okay,
free-flowing.
so again, it goes back to the thing I've been saying all along, and everything keeps getting approved. We keep overloading roadways, overloading infrastructure. The exit road that it shows at the top left-hand corner, see where the road is? That's gonna be an emergency entrance and exit too then, so you only have one means of ingress and access. And that's shut down other developments from being formed. Okay, the contractor that wanted to build townhomes at Shepherd Lake got shut down because there was only one way in and out. It's happening here. Why is it being approved? The infrastructure of the roadways won't accept it. We're putting more houses out there. It's just time to back up and get the plan in place and at least started before we keep packing houses into these places.
What is, because I know we do have, to Mr. New's point, we do have a policy in place that we do have to have, after a certain amount of units, it does have to have a second access pointer through to whatever it
We
is.
do have a code, it's adopted, it's part of our land development code. Anything over 25 units has to have, 25 to, I believe it's 150, has to have an emergency access for emergency vehicles. And that can either be gated or a stabilized surface. Similar to the Poncan Pines development that we had to the north, it's a secondary access point for emergency vehicles. This one, in addition to the commercial portions that are in the front, it is a split road. So you aren't getting traffic that's actually going right next to each other, and that's because of the number of units that are there. To Mr. Becker, for your, that you brought up, there is an emergency access gate to the east. That actually works both ways because that same development, I think it's I want to say Woodbury, that's not correct. But they only had one access point also. So this gives them, if something happens at their main entrance, they have an emergency access to go out to the west also.
Mr. Mock, at it again.
Good song, though. And then when we get to, I believe it's 250 units, then it requires a full access point, where there's a few of those that are up on the north in the KPI area, where you actually, and then as we escalate, if it's 500 units, then you end up having to have 3 access points. And it's full access, not just emergency at that point.
But just for sake of clarity and for the record, because obviously it was brought up, but within the land development code, is there any thresholds by which we have to have 2 free-flowing unobstructed ingress egress? Or is it just above the number that you just described in terms of having emergency as your secondary access point?
When you get, I don't have the code in front of me, but I believe it's when you get to 150, you have to have a full access point, not just back and forth, a separate location on either the same road or on a different road. This doesn't meet that threshold.
Where would the second access?
Well, it doesn't meet the threshold, so we wouldn't have that secondary full access.
What doesn't meet the threshold?
At 150 is where you have to have a second.
For a second, yeah.
I get that, but that entire
Well,
project has over.
that'll be right.
It's an emergency access, but it's fully paved also for that location. Oh, and yeah, and that, I believe, yeah, thank you, Gene. I believe this was approved before we had the full code in place for that secondary access point. That has to be a full access
So
point.
this was prior to the 2019
Yep.
LDC.
Yeah, that was one of those glitch amendments that we passed about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So even once the second phase is built, there will still only be one access?
And an emergency access. Actually, we have 2 emergency access points with this one. One to the north, and then the one going over to the east to the existing subdivision.
I don't quite understand.
Yeah.
So it could have been, they could have had 500 homes in there, and our previous code said that there was no requirement for us to have multiple free-flowing egress into the
Correct.
property. So per code on the one that got approved on, having one to McCormick was sufficient. Now,
Correct.
We
We
when that
corrected
neighborhood
that.
to the east was built, this was prior to, I think, all of our time on council. that would have
Yeah.
had a stubbed out connectivity point that was
Correct.
then made an emergency ingress egress.
Yeah, we've changed that so they actually have to have those emergency access points. It's not just a stub out anymore.
Now to the north, is that a paved and it's just?
It'll
it's
be paved
connected,
all the
but-
way up there. Yep, on the northern portion, for
Can you
this,
point, can you point on the,
it's actually apartments right now.
No, I get that, but
Jim, you have a pointer there you can show?
Because we don't, the pictures in our packets, we don't see this. Mine isn't loading at
that's
all.
great.
Neither
out,
is
Yeah, so
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that was something,
Yeah, there
it
wasn't.
was a
any
glitch
picture.
in the, yeah. So this is you've got this on the screen now, though?
Yeah. we
Yes.
have it on the
That's that
screen.
northern access point, and that runs all the way up. There's apartments on that just north up here. And that goes up to Apopka Road. There's two small commercial lots there, and then the apartment complex.
Right, but is that intended to always, because, forgive me, I mean, we had these conversations years ago on this
okay.
project, but is that intended to stay emergency
Yes,
access for perpetuity?
yes, sir.
And the one to the east, that is gated, correct?
This
Because
is
I know
gated,
that
yes.
subdivision was concerned about that traffic coming into their community.
Yeah, we've met with the residents in that subdivision numerous times in regards to the gate, and worked out the gate function, replacing the fence that was taken out from the subdivision, and a few other items. They had some drainage issues that Richard worked on also. And I believe they're all set at this stage.
And it's not going to affect their playground.
Say again?
And it's not going to, that emergency entrance is not going to affect their playground that's right there, the entrance?
Nope, that was
Okay.
one of those issues that we worked out regarding fencing even for their cul-de-sac that's at that termination area. I
Okay.
remember we talked about that.
All right.
All right, anything else? All right, anybody else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Okay, if not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve the Second Amendment to the amended and restated development agreement for Oak Point.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And that, is that the last of our kind of, I'm going to call it a messy development to where they do have some access, where it's only one access?
There might be another that comes up, but this is, it was a development, agreement, so you might not actually see anything else.
Understood.
All right, next up, Pam, Transportation Impact Fee Agreement.
This is the second amendment to the agreement for the Kelly Park project. This is the 200 plus acre development on the north side of Kelly Park Road, west of Golden Gem. The original development agreement said that by a certain point, they had to have a transportation agreement in place. So we brought the First Amendment to defer that to a little later in the process. So here we are with the second agreement. In the original agreement, it required this developer to do certain things, among them design Kelly Park Road and construct Kelly Park Road. And going back to what we were talking about before, we can't get in front of the money that we're collecting. Their impact fees are not going to pay for the design and widening of the road. And it was anticipated and written in the agreement that we would be collecting other impact fees, that we would put that money in escrow and then reimburse them. But that is not what we want to do. And since then, since that original agreement, 3 other large developments have come in. So we are amending this agreement, changing their requirements. The major change is that instead of designing and constructing the segment of Kelly Park Road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from just west of their entrance, which is about 1,000 feet west of Golden Gem Road, to Plymouth Sorrento, they're only going to design that. Their other requirements still remain. They have to put right and left turn lanes at their entrance. They have to signalize their entrance until the road gets widened, when we put the permanent signal there. They also have to make whatever improvements are necessary to improve the intersection of Round Lake Road and Kelly Park Road. So we're taking away things. Once this agreement, we have other agreements coming too in this area at the next meeting. We are working on a pioneering agreement that all the developers will sign, and that's how we're going to get Kelly Park Road widened, Sadler Road constructed to all the way through to Plymouth Sorrento, improvements made to Golden Gem, Effie Lane constructed, and then there are other roads that complete the network that are unnamed and absolutely defined at this point.
Any questions for Pam? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for motion to approve the Second Amendment to the Transportation Impact Fee Agreement for the Kelly Park Apopka project.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Addison Farms Apartment Transportation Impact Fee Credit Agreement. Pam.
Addison Farms is an apartment complex that's being constructed on the southwest corner of Hooper Farms Road and Binion Road. When this project started, we discussed some improvements that we'd like to see out there. It wasn't actually at the beginning, it was about halfway through their development review process. And we decided that we really need, until we can get a signal there at Harmon Road and Apopka Road, their project is just north of this, and a significant portion of their traffic will be making a right turn lane off of Harmon Road onto Binion Road, that they would design and install that turn lane while they're already mobilized doing the rest of their project for impact fee credits minus their impact to the turn lane. So since they're already under construction, they've already paid their impact fees. This is the agreement sort of after the fact, and now we need to reimburse them. Well, I guess I have a map for that to show you. This one. This is where the turn lane's going to go. It's hard to see in this, but there's rutting there, and then this is where their development is right here. So we're going to, out of the full impact fees that they paid, the cost of the improvement was $62,000. We're going to pay them for their less their share, which is $48,000. And honestly, I couldn't do that turn lane for the $62,000. They're already mobilized. That's saving me $20,000 to $30,000 right off the bat, plus all the staff time, getting someone to design it and under contract to install it.
Any questions?
The request is to approve this and allow me to reimburse them the money that they've already paid.
Any questions?
Yeah, did they, I know we had some water issues, some water runoff issues on that site. Did we fix that or get that
You're
fixed?
talking about on the Addison Farm apartment site?
Correct. Heading south into Vista Reserve, I think it is.
I don't do water. I
Richard,
was
do you wanna come
told
down
that it
and
was
speak to that one?
resolved.
Got our city engineer happens to be in the house.
Happily.
Good afternoon, Richard Earp, city engineer. Yes, the apartment complex during one of the heavy storms did have their site essentially wash out into the Vistas at Water's Edge subdivision to the south, but they resolved that right away, and they've kept it from being a problem in the past.
You have the marker there? Yeah, just show.
Yep.
How do I do that?
And you point it here. There, look here.
Okay, yes, so this area over here washed out, and it filled in this portion of the stormwater system for this Vistas at Water's Edge subdivision, this subdivision.
And that's been resolved or fixed?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay.
As far as
And
I
everything's
know.
been cleared out on the HOAs drainage area there as well?
That's Eric's neighborhood, so he's nodding his head yes.
So everything's good there? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good. Any other questions for Pam or Richard?
No, just to put a bow on it, so all the improvements that we expected to come as a result of this project are complete or in the process of being completed, and we're returning our proportionate share of the impact, correct?
Right, this is just for that turn lane on Harmon.
Right. That's
There
what,
are some
yeah,
other
I'm-
things coming related to this project if the piece to the
Harmon,
north comes
Harmon.
in.
Say that again, sorry.
When this project is probably phase one of a two-phase project, they have a contract, I believe, on the parcel on the north side of Hooper Farms Road. So when that piece comes in, they're probably going to be required to put a traffic signal there.
Okay. But just for the sake of anybody watching, an action was required. The action is in the process of being executed. We're paying the portion that the city would have had to have construct ourselves anyhow, and by way of impact fee credit back to the developer.
Correct,
per
they've
our
already
original
paid all
terms.
their impact fees.
Any other questions? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the Addison Farms Apartments Transportation Impact Fee Credit Agreement.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Becker.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, memorandum of understanding with Orange County.
This request for this MOU came from Orange County. They are building the Lake Apopka Connector Trail. Actually, part of it's there already. The city was required, this predated me, we gave impact fee credits to the project that Gene just presented, Oak Point North and South. A portion of that trail comes up from McCormick Road through that development, across Apopka Road, down Apopka Road, underneath the toll road, and then it will go back up Binion Road to Magnolia Park. And this agreement is so that Orange County, their contractors or consultants, can come on our right-of-way at any time. The main right-of-way in question here is we own the right-of-way under the turnpike or the 429 bridge, the CFX bridge. It was given to us when we took the signals out there. And this is standard operating procedure for Orange County, but I had them add something in there that says that they cannot come on our property. Yes, they may come on our property, but they are required to get a permit. It is only to protect us. It's like a indemnification and hold harmless. If they go in there and damage anything, we at least know they're there. We've had times when contractors have blanket permits that are issued. I'll give you an example. There was a tree service working for Duke Energy. They came on the Vic and Lester intersection site right after we'd poured concrete, and they did almost $25,000 worth of damage. But I didn't know they were going to be there. And anyway, I'm getting my money back. But this will have a permit. We'll know they're going to be there, and that's what it's all for.
Any questions for Pam? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with Orange County for the Lake Apopka Connector Trail.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Next up, funding for King Street and Peterson Road improvements. Man, this is the Pam Richmond Day.
Yes, this is my last one. A while back, I guess in November of last year, we entered into an agreement, a tri-party agreement with the developers that are doing the industrial project on the north side of Peterson, and then the developer who's doing a residential development on the south side of Peterson at Grand Avian Parkway, to pay their impact fees in advance so that we could bring Peterson Road and King Street up to city standards in anticipation of the development that will be coming out there. And as we did a preliminary cost estimate, and the cost estimate was done, well, over a year ago. And as y'all all know, costs have escalated, first of all, and we've encountered some things out there that were unexpected. We're having to rebuild the base of the road, which is pretty expensive. So the almost $1 million that we were collecting, or that they have paid in advance to do these improvements, aren't enough to completely fix the road. We had options in the agreement. We could have said, you know what, let's just don't do anything, and left the road. But in my opinion, because of the way Grand Avian Parkway is set up and the Avian Point development, we need access up there, and we need a good, safe road. School buses drive down that road. There are a lot of reasons to do it. So the second alternative was to go ahead and fix the road the way it's supposed to be, or I suppose we could have just kind of patched it and still had a substandard road. But our option that I'm asking you to approve is to let us fix that road the way it needs to be fixed. It will get a lot of life out of it. And for those people that will at some point live in Avian Point, we'll have another safe road to ingress and egress their respective developments. But it's a pretty large price tag. I'm going to have to dip into the transportation impact fee reserves. I don't expect to spend all the money that I'm asking for, because per the agreement, we're required to have a 15% contingency, which represents about $200,000 of the $565 that I'm asking for. But my recommendation is that this is the way to go. That road's needed to be fixed for, well, since before I was here. So it's our opportunity to do it.
Any questions for Pam? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the additional funding for King Street and Peterson Road improvements.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Vladimir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Vladimir Simonovsky, Public Services Department. I promise this is the last business item for today. So I know it's been a long day. Mayor, Commissioner, what we're bringing in front of you today is a request to approve the contract for purchase of 4,000. I'm sorry. Oh, you didn't know that.
Yeah, it is.
All right, sorry about that. Now we have everything on the screen. So what we're bringing in front of you today is a request to approve the contract for purchase of 4,000 square feet of real property, tract of land, which is a parcel ID 202028 3465 00005, located at 758 Rominger Loop, Apopka, Florida 32703, in the amount of $14,700. This is the overall parcel that you're seeing. And try to move to the next one. The next slide will show the portion of the parcel that we're actually acquiring from Wekiva, from Hamrick Estates property, so we can make improvements on Mount Sterling. Mount Sterling Road is the one you see on the right side. Let me try to point. That's the dead end over here. And Mount Sterling Avenue is a city-owned and maintained road located at the south section of Rock Springs Reach. And it currently dead ends and represents a challenge for public safety, sanitation, and landscape maintenance vehicles to turn around. Now, the city plans to improve the ends, converting it into a cul-de-sac. In order to accomplish this, the city needs 40 feet by 100 feet tract of land of the southeast corner of Hamrick Estates, owned by Wekiva Point LLC, to be dedicated for a public right-of-way. On August 9, 2022, Gardner Consulting Services released an appraisal report of 4,000 square foot tract of land as a potential taking from a larger parent parcel. This report evaluated the subject tract of land via the sales comparison approach and determined a value of $14,700. The appraisal report was to be used as a foundation for the property acquisition pending the City Council approval of the second amendment of the land development agreement, which addresses the utility impact fee credits for the revised utilities connection points along Mount Sterling Avenue. City Council approved the second amendment to the amendment and restated land development agreement for Hemrick property future land use amendment, ordinance number 2690 on November 2nd, 2022. That was 2 council meetings ago. Following the acquisition of the requested tract, and I'm going to move to the third slide so you can see what we're trying to accomplish here. So following the acquisition of the requested tract of land from Wekiva Point LLC, the city will proceed with the construction of Mount Sterling Avenue cul-de-sac. Staff estimated construction of this road segment to cost approximately $50,000, and this project will be funded by transportation impact fees, and its funding will be presented to City Council for approval as part of resolution number 2022-54, which will be introduced by Edward later. So I'm ready to answer any questions you may have on this matter.
Any questions for Vlad?
Are we doing a sidewalk around this cul-de-sac to round out the road? Because I know it dead ends basically at the end.
Correct.
So is the sidewalk gonna circle back around to the east side of the Mount Sterling?
Sidewalk will stop as it's shown, as it stops right now. So, because the south section is actually the Palucci property, and we don't have any information of any future developments there. And you're probably aware of what happened with the dead end and why the connection didn't happen with Hemrick Estates. So we still have the same issue, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. Maybe at some point, if the residents of Rock Springs Ridge decide if the south property develops and to make a connection to Pumpkin Road, that may be discussed at the time, and then we're going to be addressing it at the time.
Okay.
Is there a reason why the cul-de-sac is not going all the way to the end of the dead end as opposed to where you're having it stop there on the graph?
It's that section was actually added recently with the Hemrick Estates in order for the emergency vehicle to make the turn, but that apparently didn't work out well. So
I think it was originally going to be a thoroughfare to Poncan Road.
Yes.
And the Rock Springs Ridge residents said they didn't want it. So that's the reason we're having to purchase property so that we at least get the utilities to that property, but we're shutting the road off so there's no access point for Rock Springs Ridge for Mount Sterling to complete to Pittman Road all the way out to Poncan. So that it was
back to Commissioner Smith's question. We can extend it. That's about 10 feet to the south, so we can align it with that. The radius is 40 feet, so it's going to accommodate any type of emergency vehicles, including the fire trucks. And this is just a preliminary design that we kind of created just for, for this presentation here, so you can see what we anticipate to do there.
Okay, well, I just think for all practical purposes, if it could go all the way to the end of the road, it would.
Give a
Yes,
finished
yeah,
look.
we can align it, yes.
All right.
And I had one more question too. So, and I had spoke to Mr. Hitt about this, and just so everyone's on the same page, is I was under the understanding that it's supposed to have a 100-foot buffer basically between Hemrick Estates and anything in Rock Springs Ridge, and so we're kind of cutting into that there. And although there's not a landscape buffer there, there was supposed to be that buffer. So we are kind of taking that into a road, and just want to make sure we're not making a precedent of this to continue that. So it's
yes.
It's interesting how we're doing this. Yeah, it's kind of coming out of the blue that we're doing this, and it's been there since 2002.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this isn't the first year that we've had those issues. So it's just
I believe at the time the original approval was at some point that road to be continued and to go all the way to Pumpkin Road to make a connection.
Yes. So that was the Rock Springs Ridge residents came out and said, no, we don't want that connection. And so then we were going to connect the road and connect the utilities. Now they said, no, you can connect the utilities, but we don't want the road connection. So that's the reason that got closed off, is it was always meant to be a
connection all the way.
connection to
Yeah.
Pittman to Pond
Yeah,
Canyon.
that was approved about 3-4
That's a
years
long
ago
time ago. Yeah.
with the approval of Hamrick Estates.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't we do this, I guess, when Hamrick Estates was being developed? That would have been like the most important time to do that, and we wouldn't have to pay $15,000 for that then.
So we didn't know until Rock Springs Ridge came forward, so they didn't want it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was known that Rock Springs didn't want it during the time of that development consideration, to your point, Commissioner Nesta. So that's, I don't think that's accurate. But what are we saying here? Is it, because I picked up on something that you said, by doing this, does that formally cap any future potential of that ultimately connecting down? Because within the transportation element, as it's written today, it does talk about connectivity all the way down to Pond Can. So I want to set the right expectation of people that have an interest to this. This is just merely creating a cul-de-sac because we feel that it's a better environment for which emergency vehicles to respond to Pittman or what are Pittman Estates? Or what, not Pittman Estates, Hamrick Estates?
Hamrick.
Is that the driver of this ask?
No, this is for Rock Springs Ridge. So this is not connected at all to Hamrick Estates.
No,
We're
I
just-
get that,
yeah.
but how it was presented, this is for emergency vehicles in totality for Rock Springs Ridge to service them better. And to Commissioner Nessa's point, I mean, this road has been here since 2002, so what's the driver right now?
Let me just say, if you ever been down to that dead end, it's difficult to turn around because it's dead end. So what the sanitation trucks has been doing is turning around in the sand.
Gotcha.
And I'm surprised they haven't gotten stuck by now. So it definitely needs to be done.
Yeah, a lot of, again, Jim hit, the history on this one is that, as you all were fairly aware, when Hamrick Estates went in, the original idea was to connect to Mount Sterling Road. That, of course, got stifled. And then it further got stifled that that the residents of Rock Springs Ridge did not want that to go through down to Pond Can Road to meet up with Vic Road at the signal. So that was the further onus. At the current time right now, they're using this gentleman's driveway to turn around in.
Okay.
You're not supposed to use driveways to turn around, especially for dump trucks or emergency vehicles or regular residents that go down there and find it's a dead end. So by doing this, we're basically, there is a potential in the future if the residents of Rock Springs Ridge and the Pizzuti property to the south decide that they do want that connection, we can still do that. But at least at this stage in time, we're providing a turnaround that's proper versus using somebody else's driveway or dirt to turn around in. So it's again, it's another improvement similar to what Pam's doing. We are looking at the roadway systems and what we need to do to make them work better.
Thanks.
Hope that helps.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions for Vlad? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion.
Oh, no, we got one.
Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. Yeah, I had had the opportunity to go down that street a couple times, and I had to turn around in the sand. So, but what we're saying, this is only for a cul-de-sac to be able to turn around without going in the gentleman's driveway. That's it. All right, for the record, okay.
Okay. Looking for a motion to approve, to authorize the mayor to purchase 4,000 square feet of real property to be dedicated as public right-of-way for improvements to Mount Sterling Avenue.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2975.
Ordinance number 2975. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending ordinance number 2671, which is known as Avian Point Plan Development PD, for certain real property generally located south of Peterson Road, north of Lust Road, and east of State Road 429, comprising of 127.21 acres more or less, and owned by Apopka Clear Lake Investments LLC, providing for directions to the Community Development Director, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean?
Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. I don't have any additional information apart from the staff report from staff. However, we do have the applicant here and they'd like to give an update and elaborate on the discussion from the first reading
Right.
for
Thank you,
this
Jean.
item.
Hey, Tom, come on up.
Make a slight adjustment on this one. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Tom Sullivan with the Gray Robinson Law Firm on behalf of the applicant. Good to see everyone and appreciate your time. I'll just start off by saying, since our last meeting, we prepared a better, more detailed and more clearly understandable document showing where and how the property in this area drains. And I'd like to ask to start off here, Jason Mahoney with NV5 Engineering, our civil engineer, and stormwater expert, just to walk through that with you.
I just want to disclose that I don't know who you met with individually, but you met with me.
Right, Commissioner. Yeah, and anyone else that wants to, the same information we had shared.
Me as well.
Oh,
Same
so-
here.
Oh, so you met with everybody?
Everybody.
Yep. No, thank you, Commissioner. So Jason, you want to?
Good afternoon, Jason Mahoney, NV5 Inc., 6200 Lee Vista Boulevard, Suite 400, Orlando, Florida. Last month at the last hearing, we presented this drainage basin map. And I believe it was Commissioner Smith, you had asked me for maybe a more detailed illustration as to how this map correlates or translates into how the drainage really does work in this area. So just as a quick refresher on this map, everything in the yellow is in a drainage basin that drains to Lake Henniger, which is on the northeast portion of the project. Everything in orange drains to Clearwater Lake, and everything in green drains to Lake Apopka. Now, when I say it drains, this exhibit here it's essentially it's exactly the same area, but this is the aerial photograph of the site with our site plans overlaid on it. And then we went a little bit further and we actually laid in all the stormwater pipes that are designed for the project. And we color coded the pipes based on the drainage basin map that was on the previous page. So for reference, just you can see everything in green is actual storm pipes that discharge into stormwater ponds within Parcel B2, Parcel B3, Parcel B6, the recreational parcel, and then eventually discharge to Lake Apopka. Lake Apopka is the final discharge. Everything in yellow discharges to this stormwater pond here, which is in the northeast corner of the project, and then discharges to Lake Henniger. And everything in red discharges to these two storm ponds, and eventually the receiving water body would be Clear Lake. The area in red is about 20%, 21% of the overall project area. The area of Lake Apopka is approximately 50%, and then Lake Henniger is the remaining 30%. Any questions?
Any questions?
No, you probably met with me most recent because we met right before this meeting. But my concerns the last hearing, obviously coming in fairly cold, my first meeting back, and then didn't have the luxury of seeing some of the traffic impact analysis, things like that. And the developers agreement was not tied to the original packet. So I did have a chance to review that. And again, I think we're talking, the net of this conversation is 56 units.
That's
right?
correct.
I did read within the original developers agreement, because my concern obviously was, was that decided within the original traffic analysis as well as the school capacity considerations, et cetera. I did see within the B5 portion of the project, that's the area that was intended to be like a school or some other use. Within the developers agreement, it does talk about, in lieu of it being formally purchased or used in that capacity, I think there was reservations for 60 additional dwelling units. So I think when we had originally considered this back in, 2018, I believe, I feel confident that those were considered at that point in time. So from a pure numbers game in terms of the development, you're still under the max density that would have been permissible anyhow, which leads me to the thing that I kind of leaned into the most during that hearing was the whole drainage issue or the the dysfunction, I guess, or the not proper performing ponds there. And so that was pretty much our discussion this afternoon was how do we address that? And so on the map that you have up here, you feel confident that, and again, one of the things I picked on the last meeting was this is a different phase, but it's really part of all the same master plan. So to say something works elsewhere and it doesn't work, like in my opinion, it's all the same project, right? But this map, you said that you have a spine road going north-south. The way that that's engineered from a runoff and curvature of the road, and I'm not using scientific terms here, so correct me where
You're doing pretty good.
All the stuff that's supposed to be flowing green-wise into the area that's supposed to be collecting is engineered that way. But on the right-hand side, and the red area that's the most, keen, is that the one pond, the dark red circle is the one of interest that you had some findings there and some ways to address that issue. Can you expand a little bit more on that?
Sure, yeah, no, I'd be happy to. We have 6 ponds on the project. They're all designed the same. They're designed to be dry retention ponds, which means that they fill up with water during a storm event, and then over time they percolate into the ground and they become dry again. So the majority of the time they should be dry. And most of the ponds on the project are operating as permitted. So this pond here in the northeast, this pond down here in the southeast, this pond that wraps around Clear Lake, this pond in particular is not operating correctly. So it's holding water. It's not overflowing. It's not causing any damage to surrounding properties or any safety concerns, but it isn't infiltrating into the ground the way we anticipated it. So we did some soil sampling around it, and we found a clay layer underneath the pond. It was acting as an impermeable layer. It was prohibiting the pond from infiltrating into the ground. So what we went back to Water Management District with, it was a proposal to over excavate that pond, remove that clay layer, and then when we go back in, put in a series of under drains, which are 12-inch or 18-inch perforated pipes wrapped in filter fabric that go in just about 2 feet below the pond bottom. And what it does is it helps facilitate that pond recovering quicker. The water will infiltrate from the pond through the medium and into the under drains in such a way that they'll recover in the time frame that we want them to. And that permit, we did check on it this morning on the Water Management District's website. It is finished with review, and this technical staff report is being written. So we expect that permit to be issued imminently, and the applicant or the underlying landowner already has a contractor lined up to do the work. So we should have that repair in progress in short order.
I'm gonna throw a curveball at you. If you think that you have a clay liner problem in your pond, do you think there's a good chance that one of the other 2 neighborhoods on Clear Lake have the same problem?
Yeah, I'd have to look at it, Mayor.
I know,
yeah.
but I mean, there's a good possibility that, and if this under drain will work for your pond and they have the same issue, which is a clay liner
We had every reason to believe that the soil conditions were uniform throughout, but obviously we're seeing some abnormalities. We're seeing the pond directly adjacent to it works just fine, just across the street. So it could be the clay layer it's sporadic.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, that's the only remark that I have is, that was a point of contention in the last meeting and a valid one at that. And because there are concerns about that issue.
Sure.
Clearly. And then the other point that I meant to say, and I don't know if I clarified it, the section of property that said that had that 60 resident use in lieu of, that has been formally purchased by OCPS and is no longer in your ownership.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay.
I believe there's even a sign on the property now that says future home of your OCPS K-8 school. And so just to be clear, the item on the agenda today, the 56 additional units, it's in parcel B2 and it does not drain to Clear Lake. So it is on the side of the ridge that drains off to Lake Apopka.
Commissioner Nesta, you got a question?
Yeah, so are you guys able to speak to, and we had a pretty productive conversation Friday. You had referenced, because there was issues in some kind of random spots throughout the whole entire project, you guys wanted to get ahead of that on the subject property itself, and kind of test out the drainage ponds there. Can you just speak a little bit to that and what we discussed in reference to that?
Sure. So right now we have under construction is the first phase of Parcel B2. So the first 274 units of apartments. Soon as we identified there might have been there was a condition of concern in this pond, we had the contractor dig the stormwater pond for this project as well, which is located right here. And we had to dig it to grade. We had them fine grade it and stabilize it, and then we watched it. And we've been watching it for about 3 months now, and it has not filled with water. So every time it rains, it fills with water temporarily, and then it does infiltrate. So it furthers our expectations of how that one was going to perform.
So that was before Ian then?
Yes, in fact, it went through Ian and it recovered after that.
So in addition to kind of the conversation, our biggest thing, we understand that this specific project itself and this specific developer isn't directly on Clear Lake, but we are having an issue in the area. So then it went to, how can your developer, who's adding units, and probably those units are adding between 10 and 12 million in value to this project. How can you guys help us, I guess, even though, again, your developer is not directly impacted by this? And the conversation went to, effectively, can your developer, will they agree to funding the pump stations, effectively, for the two neighborhoods on Clear Lake, both to the south, Clear Lake Landing and Clear Lake Estates? And can you guys speak to that, or just what was your developer agreeable to it, amenable? Were they open to it?
Yeah, no, yes, I'd be happy to, Commissioner Nesta. So, and I'm going to have Jason come back up just to explain a little bit more what the reclaim solution entails. But yeah, as a follow-up to that conversation, we did, and I have, maybe we can kind of conclude with just a draft condition that I talked to our client about, the developer, but he would be, just given the extraordinary circumstances here and some of the history, we would be willing to contribute up to a certain dollar amount for one of those pumping stations. So just we are following through on that conversation. But I think it might be helpful, Jason, do you want to just walk through the reclaimed infrastructure and kind of the solution, just so everyone can kind of understand that a little bit better?
While this idea was not NB5's, we did take a look at it after we heard about it during the community workshop last month, and we agree it is a sound and fundamentally it's an achievable solution. What's happening right now is Clear Lake is a closed basin. So water that falls anywhere in the basin that drains to Clear Lake doesn't leave the basin. It goes into Clear Lake and that's it. So what's happening is the Clear Lake Landings, Clear Lake Estates, which is over here, and the small portion of Avian Point, they're getting their reclaimed water from the city via reclaimed water mains that are coming from the reclaim plant. And so that reclaimed water that's coming into the neighborhoods and irrigating their lawns it's outside water, essentially. It's water that's not in the basin originally. It's coming in, it's being introduced to the basin, and it's being introduced to Clear Lake. And it's essentially, it's not helping the situation. So what the suggestion that we heard last month at the workshop that we kind of, like I said, we thought was fundamentally sound was, let's try and eliminate that additional reclaim source that's coming in and maybe irrigate the surrounding neighborhoods using Clear Lake as a source of water. So what you do, fundamentally what it is it's just installing a pump, small pump, and drawing water out of Clear Lake and attaching or patching that pump into the reclaim system in, say, this subdivision right here. And the reclaim system, the reclaim infrastructure is already in place. It's already under the streets. So it's just a matter of putting a gate valve at the street connection to the public main, turning it off, and then sourcing the irrigation from Clear Lake. That way you're essentially reducing the amount of water being introduced to Clear Lake by however many hundreds of thousands of gallons a year. And it stands to definitely improve the situation.
Yeah, and I think, so that the solution there makes sense. It's just the funding. And I think since your developer is agreeable to fund that in up to a certain amount, and then we offer some type of credit back in either utility credit, something along those lines, I think that's a win-win for everybody. You guys get the units that you want, our communities get the pumps that they need, and we kind of are able to move forward from there.
No, and appreciate that. I know the, just one sort of nuance to what you said is I know there's, there are some restrictions and things like that with regard to impact fee dollars and things like that. So what we're proposing or what we would be comfortable with is just doing it as basically a contribution then in the name of like a public-private partnership without looking for credits. So that that was kind of a newer turn on that. So
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
So we would propose, Mayor, to do that as basically like a public-private partnership, put up $80,000 towards one of those pumps, but we would not be asking for getting credits back on that.
Okay, because I think we're going to run into some problems, Michael, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, we can also do it as part of a construction contribution agreement.
Yeah.
And avoiding a public-private partnership.
Yeah, however you want to describe it.
Yeah, we've done. I have done certain agreements in this before. I think it probably the best is a construction contribution.
Yeah. And we're actually not to get off track or anything, but we actually work with Pam. I don't know if she's still here, but a little bit on some related. We may be able to combine something, bring it back on that. But I do, and I shared the language with the city attorney. But so what we would, just for your consideration here, a couple of conditions. One, if you recall, at the first reading, we had basically had a condition that said all St. John's permit conditions, shall be followed, including without limitation, no drainage from phase B2 to Clear Lake. So I think that was helpful last time. And then the concept that we're just talking about now regarding the contribution, the way I had written it, if it's helpful for me to read it, is just in recognition of the extraordinary circumstances regarding Clear Lake, the applicant agrees to contribute up to $80,000 towards the cost of one pumping station to the city as, well, maybe we don't want to say as a public-private partnership, but we'll use Michael's language there. And then
I wouldn't say it needs to go to one because we got two neighborhoods. I don't want to, let's just leave it.
We just
for a Clear Lake solution or something, Michael, that
yeah, Michael, however you want to work that language.
I mean, you could probably work it just as, it's just extraordinary circumstances regarding the surrounding area. In order to resolve drainage issues in the surrounding area, the developer agrees to provide a construction contribution cost not to exceed X.
So Jason, one other question, and as long as we got the two neighborhoods, maybe we come up with a pumping station that will help them. Would you agree that we can put Avian Point on the same kind of a pumping station so that they're also drawing from the lake and not from reclaimed? Would that be a?
Sure, Mayor.
I mean,
to the extent that we wouldn't want to irrigate any areas that are draining somewhere else. We wouldn't want to irrigate, like for instance, we wouldn't want to irrigate with Clear Lake water the portion of the neighborhoods that's draining to Lake Henniger, because then we would be excessively exasperating the Lake Henniger situation. So we would want to, we could figure out a way to do a pumping station.
Okay, I'm just trying to think if we could get.
That make it a little messier there, and then two, can you describe, because at one point we were, the residents in that area as well as commissioners during the workshop were given a number of like 200,000 a pump, something along those lines. Can you just give us kind of what your numbers came, or how you got to the numbers you did?
Sure. While we haven't done any hard calculations or an engineer's cost estimate on it either, we do know that just kind of thumbnail, there's a sanitary pumping station that the applicant designed and constructed that serves all of Avian Point. Sits over here on the 429, right behind the recreational fields. That pumping station it's massive. It's 20 foot by 40 foot. It's got a telemetry tower on it, and it only cost $180,000. So my guess is that the pumping stations for these irrigation systems is going to be significantly less than that. I don't know what it is. Our initial guesstimate was somewhere between $80,000 and $100,000.
I go that one of the things we're trying to have a meeting with Clear Lake sometime after the first of the year, and one of the things I know that between our city engineer and who else was working on it? Was it Vlad? The two of you were working on a couple of, don't need to come up, just working on some pumping stations. I know we've reached out to Hunter and to Hunter, Rainbird, and then Staycon is maybe 3 alternatives for a pumping station so we have some, but and so we.
I just want to make sure the costs are covered effectively.
Right, we want to have those numbers when we meet again in January with the Clear Lake folks. So that
Well, it's a realistic expectation for you guys too, and that we're all on the same page, that we're not
Yeah.
agreeing to two different things there.
Yeah. Okay.
So as long, that's kind of an ask, as long as you guys are all agreeable to that as well, obviously. But I think it's a win-win, and we got a developer that's contributing to the community. They're getting what they would like as well. I don't see the loss there.
Thank you.
All right.
And I
Well-
think also during our conversation is that when we put in the gate valves, that we put in the gate
reverse it.
valves so that they're reversible. So if we drain the lake down too low, that we can shut it off and revert back to the reclaimed water.
That's correct. That's correct. We don't want to have an opposite situation in 5 years where we're wondering where all the water went.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll open up the public now. Come on.
Well, this time it's not about roads, and this is probably the last time I'll get up today. Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street. This time it's about the flooding. We've been focusing a lot on Clear Lake and the water in Clear Lake and how the water levels are rising. I went out there just the other day. It's within 6 inches of cresting their wall around the playground and within 1.5 feet of crossing Binion Road. The water level has gone up since the hurricane. So everybody, I think, is in agreement. It's the reclaimed water that we're putting into that bowl. But that bowl is a lot bigger than Clear Lake. If you take the time to go down to 429 and look at Lake Marshall, the water level is rising. Won't be long, the people at Lake Doe Estates will be knocking on your door. If you go to Camp Weewaw and look at Lake Shepherd, the water level in Lake Shepherd is rising. All of those lakes are connected in that big bowl. And the big bowl used to flow over to a little lake called Lake Jim that probably nobody in here knows about. It's on Cooper's property back over there behind Cooper's area. Lake Jim is a sinkhole. When I was young, I took swimming lessons in Lake Marshall, and all around the end of the Faircloth's house was a marsh, and it ran over to Lake Jim. And as the water level would rise, the water would go to Lake Jim. The assumption from everybody is, and I don't know that it's ever been studied by an engineer, is that Lake Jim is a sinkhole that's still open. And the water level maintains at the water table level. So all of the excess water that would flow from Clear Lake into Mud Lake, into Upper Doe, Lower Doe, Lake Marshall, from Lake Henniger and Lake Shepherd, it all flowed in that direction. And once it got to Lake Marshall, it went through the marsh and then into Lake Jim. And God took care of putting it back into the aquifer. Then along came the 429, and they built a big dam. They put dirt in that low marsh area where the water used to flow. And in all of these developments, we're using reclaimed water. The city is getting water from Altamont Springs, Orange County, and some contractor. We're processing it and turning it into reclaimed water. So not only are we only dealing with the rainwater and regular stormwater, we're taking water from Altamont Springs and putting it in people's yards, allowing it to drain into these bowls, and we're flooding out our own citizens and taxpayers. Sure, reclaimed water is a necessary evil because water's bad. A worse evil is St. Augustine grass. It should be outlawed because it's a sponge. Okay, but that's beside the point. In the meantime, you've got the residents of Clear Lake right now coming up here to your council meetings and they're wanting resolution. It's not going to be long before the Lust family will join in, because if you've ever been to their house, you can't see the dock. The water is all the way up to the hedge at the back of their house. Okay? If you've ever gone around Lake Doe, around the inside, or look at Shepherd Lake and paid attention, the water level is rising. It's not going to be long before the residents of Lake Doe are going to be up here screaming about the water levels in their lakes. You got a bigger problem than just Clear Lake. And it's been brought to our attention because we thought it was the Avian Point thing, but it's not really Avian Point. It's all of Altamont Springs, Orange counties, and a contractor's reclaimed water that we're irrigating people's St. Augustine grass with flowing into these bowls. Ultimately, it's our responsibility because we've designed in a system with reclaimed water that has never been here in the past. And it's going to be more than Clear Lake. It's not going to be long because it's not raining. It's not going to be long. Clear Lake is going to run to Mud Lake on its own because it's going to cross Binion Road. So it needs to be addressed. If they built a retention pond that doesn't work like it's designed, I think everything in Avian Point ought to be put on hold until they fix the design flaw in the one retention pond. Yeah, it's not their fault, but how bad is it to ask them, fix the problem before we push on to other changes and other things? Fix what we know is broke before we add to the problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Venus Griffith. I live in Clear Lake Estates subdivision. I just want to get clarity because I believe I've heard this young man said that we are getting city water dumping into Clear Lake, and I want to know why. And first of all, another thing is that he was talking about drainage and draining the water from Clear Lake Clear Lake. My husband and we're the first house there, so we have the most water. And our concern is sinkholes, because in draining the water that has been there for over a year, I am afraid that it's going to be sinkholes. Are you prepared for that, sir? When you drain the lake, that we might get sinkholes there? You don't know? I don't know. You're an engineer? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know the language of the engineers. I'm sorry. But that's our main concern. Yes, it's nice that you can drain the lake and make sure that we don't have any floods in the future. Hopefully in the next 5-8 years, I can retire someplace else in a nursing home and I don't have to worry about my home. But right now, I do worry about my home. And I worry about sinkholes because that's number one problem there. So I want to know who's prepared for the sinkholes, who's prepared to clean up the big mess, the trees, and everything else that's over there. We are getting alligators. There are pictures of alligators from this weekend coming up on properties. So we need to rectify this. We don't need to talk about this. We need to do it. We've been looking at this for over 5 years, guys, as you know. And I want to thank, and I'm going to use first names, Commissioner Diane, Commissioner Kyle, and Nick for helping us out. I believe that we are close, but it is 11:59, and we need to do something about it. Thank you.
My name is Gregory Griffith. Once again, I'm on Wyndham Bay Place in Clear Lake Estates. I've just now heard this proposed plan of action or plan of movement. And my question is, I guess I'm piggybacking on what my wife said previously. A, do we have the ability, is this proposal going to allow us to reduce the lake back to where it's supposed to be? When I look at Clear Lake Estate retention ponds, there's a retention pond right next to my home. For 10 years, it was completely dry. It is now completely full. And the water and all the trees in the area are deep underwater. They're dying or dead. We've got about 75 trees now that are dead or falling over. So we've got a problem that is continuing to grow. It hasn't been raining that much. If I looked at the level of the lake today, it's higher. It hasn't been going down. So water is coming from someplace and is exacerbating the problem. It's going to spill over onto Binyon Road at some point. It's going to stabilize the fence that runs along the border, the perimeter of Clear Lake Estate, and probably take those oak trees or big oak trees and knock them down either into the park area, which is flooded, or knock them down the other way onto Binyon Road. Then you have 60, 70-foot trees going right across Binyon Road. So no matter how you look at this, we're looking at a problem that is eventually going to come to a culmination. I looked over at the Clear Lake Landing. All of the retention ponds over there are holding water. Did you all know that? All of the retention ponds in Clear Lake Landing are holding water, retaining water. Yeah, they're all holding water. So we have a situation that needs to be addressed. That's why we're here. I don't want my house to be underwater. We're going in that direction. And I see it because I'm facing it. Every time I look at my backyard, the water is rising. The water's not going down. Thank God it hasn't been raining. Thank God we haven't had another hurricane or another tropical storm. Because if we did, the problem would be that much more severe. In Clear Lake Landing, directly across from where I live, the water line where the water's edge is within 4 feet of the houses over there. Within a little short period of time, I can't tell you if it's weeks or months, but within a short period of time, they're going to be treading water. So I guess my question is, will the proposed plan solve that?
Well, and so if I can speak to it too as well, because keep in mind too, they're kind of third party to this, although
Right.
contributory, I feel. They're third party. So what I think is just because we implement a solution doesn't mean the conversation's over. I think this needs to be, we're going to monitor it constantly. I think it's something that as a city, we need to just watch it monthly, look at what's your house? I'll drive by. I drive by often.
Yep.
Walk your backyard, just say, okay, is it working? Is it not? And to your point, the water is getting worse because of what has been presented. We have reclaimed water that's not supposed to be in this bowl that's coming in. So the goal is to fix this. That's the goal, but I don't think the conversation ends just because we implement this. I think it's you keep in contact with us. We keep coming out, watching it, making sure that things are happening the way it should be. And to address the Mrs. Griffith's concerns as well, I think we're kind of in a unique situation that I don't think we can predict it. I mean, maybe we can. I'm sure we can to some extent, but we got to watch this monthly, kind of see how it goes, and then respond from there. I don't know. We can get as proactive as possible, but it's unique. So I don't want to overpromise by any means, but also implement the solution, keep the conversation going, and keep active on it. Because I don't have the expectation that we do this and I don't want to hear from you guys again.
Right.
We're going to be maintaining and doing some ebbs and flows there. So hopefully that's a comfort level there. But again, this isn't going to just end.
Well, I appreciate their effort in trying to come up with a solution and for your contribution in trying to come up with a solution as well. I'm just one of those people, I just don't want to push the can down the road and come up with a solution that just doesn't make sense. I'd rather measure twice and cut once than do something else. All right. And as my wife pointed out, I don't want to see in the park area that is now completely covered with water. I don't want that to turn into a sinkhole. That makes no sense. So I want to make sure that some of these areas, some of these issues are being addressed so that we don't have additional problems.
Agreed.
We have this big cavernous hole where the park used to be because it swallowed up the entire park, and now it's creeping towards the homes.
So here's my kind of take on things. So again, to the business at hand on this particular item, I think what the applicant is offering is, similar to what was discussed in a different meeting, the workshop. I mean, elephant in the room, right? Is this idea of pulling water out of there for reclaimed water purposes. That would obviously be a slower solution to the problem, right? But it's one of the solutions discussed. I think during the workshop, it was holy cow, the price tag.
Exactly.
And, oh my gosh, this is going to be a burden on us, the residents, being impacted by this. So I think part of that is this applicant saying, hey, we're willing to take on part of that expense, thus reducing the burden on the rest of the remaining folks that are impacted by this, to do the proof of concept to say, hey, is this a viable solution to doing this? I think to Ms. Griffith's point, I think there's probably more opportunity for sinkhole if you do a mass clearing of that water off the lake in a more quicker fashion than slower one. My only concern to the comments that you made too is if, and Mr. New to that point, if the water is still cresting, this is outside of the scope of the applicant conversation at this point, is there any infrastructure, roadway, concerns that we as a city staff have, if the water is continuing to rise? And so that's, I think, to Commissioner Nestor's point, a bifurcated conversation to have that in a more targeted fashion. But I do, think that, having this option on the table, get some of this cost deferred from a city perspective to prove out that this could work, I think is a value add, short term. And then, of course, whatever we discuss in January per.
Yeah, well, that's actually the reason why I didn't bring pictures and video today, because hopefully we can find some solution to these problems. I looked at the water yesterday, today, and Dennis' news is correct that the water is cresting. It's not receding, it's getting higher, and we haven't had a lot of rain. So my concern is that at some point, either the retention wall that we have, which is really a seawall, it's just concrete on top of concrete, and it's not designed to hold back water, but at some point it's going to destabilize. The fence that's sitting on top of it, that iron fence on top of it, is going to destabilize. The trees that are leaning on that are going to destabilize, and we're going to have problems. That's what I'm concerned about. And again, the sinkhole, that's another issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we just need to be careful about the terms we use when we say drain the lake. We're not really draining the lake. We're just lowering the level of the lake. And I'm sure that the St. John's Water Management District is going to have some restrictions as to how low that can be drained. And so, therefore, as Commissioner Becker said, that by draining it at a slower rate, that I don't think there's really going to be a concern as in reference to the sinkholes as we monitor the level of water that we are removing from the lake. And so that was why when I spoke with the developer, that we talked about putting in these gate valves, that we want to make sure that they were reversible. Right. So when the lake got to the level that St. John said that it could be, that we're able to open these gate valves and use the reclaimed water again. And then in reference to the playground, I think I indicated once before, I think the best solution to the playground is to bring in some fill, raise the level of the playground, and then build a seawall on the opposite side between the lake and the seawall to maintain the fill that we're bringing in there. And then that will resolve the problem in reference to the playground area. Because when I looked at it, it's considerably lower than the elevation of the homes. And so in my opinion, that needs to be raised and a seawall put on the opposite side to solve that issue.
Right. Well, the reason why the term sinkhole is being mentioned and bandied about is because water is where it has never been before. So for 10 years, the lake has been, from my house, it's been about 100 feet away, 150 feet away. Now it's on my property. So it's where it's never been before. I used to be able to take my grandson down to the park. No one can go there now because that entire area has been underwater for 2 years. So that's why the word sinkhole is coming up. The term sinkhole is coming up because water has been invading and permeating into those areas it's not just for a little bit of time, it's for a long time. That pond, that retention pond next to my house that's supposed to be empty has been holding water for quite some time, probably about 2 years, because you can see the foliage that has grown as a result. It used to be like a lawn. no more. So that's where the term sinkhole's coming from.
Well, I will say too, to add to that, the where your amenities are within a flood zone. So it is in the floodplain. So again, I think we take it step by step. We can't do anything huge jumps. I think it's a unique scenario. We take it a day at a time. And again, to have an independent third party that's willing to contribute, I think is a win-win for everybody. And let's kind of move forward with that.
Yep, we all cross our fingers, hope that it works.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. John, you had a comment?
Are we still on 2975?
We are.
Mayor, Council, John Ricketson, publisher, Apopka Chief. Moved to Apopka in 1958, and I've seen both sides of where we are. We're in a perfect storm right now that most of you that have been around Florida for any length of time know. These gentlemen are experts. They know what they're doing. However, they cannot control the water flow. They cannot control the amount of water that we get on the state. I've pictures of Lake Annie on the corner of Boy Scout Road, standing under the dock, on the ground, not being able to reach the dock. Water levels come up and they go down. The comment was made earlier, we have a natural dam on the west side of our community now. How much effect does that have on our water flow? Water goes to where it can get out, okay? Lake Apopka is the natural drain. On the corner where the pump is that you mentioned on the lower left part of your screen there, you're pumping water into the dam. Are you pumping it across 429? Are you pumping it under 429? Okay, there's existing culverts under 429. Clear Lake is close enough to that. The St. Johns River Water Management person said we can't put water from Clear Lake in St. John and Lake Apopka, right? It would have gone there had the dam not been there, in my opinion, because the water doesn't run just on the surface, as you know, it runs under the surface. The hard pan that he talked about, the clay, is going to stop the water from going down. If the drain is naturally to the lake that it would get out in, that's a solution. However, the dam is there, so the water that's getting there, the roads and the construction that they put, I believe, and I'm not an expert, but I know when the perfect storm hits, the water levels that we've got has filled the aquifer to the point where it's not draining nearly as fast as it would have normally in dry times. But the aquifer at some point in our history, not long ago, when I was standing on the ground under the dock, Lake Apopka, South Shore, the muck on the bottom of the lake was dry a couple hundred yards away from the shoreline. Why? Where did all the water go? They pump it out of the St. Johns and into the St. Johns River. But in this case, the rain's coming up from the southeast and it's blowing back in from the northeast. The river and the river natural flow comes south to north and it meets about Highway 40 in Astor. Okay? When the water's coming in from the storm surge and the high tides and the water's coming in from the high rains, when it meets in Astor, it has no place to go except where? It's got to go up. We're in the same situation here. This water has been stopped for some reason. These guys can figure it out, but it's going to take a little time for it to get back to the natural. The sinkholes are natural occurrences in our society. Johns Lake in Winter Garden, every so often goes dry, except for a small pool in the middle. Where does the water go? Back into the aquifers, where these guys are trying to get the water that we're struggling with now. I don't think it's anybody's fault aside from the folks who are suffering the consequences of the high water need help. We all know that. So if they're smart enough to get that water under the lake, under the dam, and use Dream Lake to get it under the dam, Lake Apopka's got a tremendous amount of area that could hold water that wouldn't affect anybody. Most of the lakes do, but the ones where the residents have built up on the side, the water can't get there without somehow a relief valve. The dam stopped the relief valve in my opinion.
Right. Thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, man.
Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. I'm gonna make this quick because we've been on this topic for a while. But I did go over to the Griffin's home, walked the area. And if you haven't been there personally, you don't know the effect till you're there. And I had to get her permission to walk up around her house because the water level was just that high. When I came down the sidewalk, maybe about 10, not even 10 feet, it had covered the sidewalk. And you had all this debris over the water. And so, you know, alligators be lurking. So I'm sitting there making sure I stay a far enough distance away so no alligator come out of the water and grab me. Now, how would you like to live like that walking out of your house? How would you like to live going to your back door knowing an alligator could be sitting there waiting on you, or either your front door? It's just not right. But when I look at things, I look at fairness, how to be fair to the developers, because it's not their problem. And then we don't have our own engineer come out and take a look at it, and he said, it'll take 5 hurricanes to get it at where we're at now. And, you know, we just had a simple rainstorm and look where we're at now. So my advice, when I'm looking at any situation, there's a cause and there's an effect. If you treat the cause, you'll get a solution. But if you keep making excuses, keep treating the effects, you're gonna have to do that all the way down. And if we simply, and right now, you contradict yourself if you say, hey, look, our engineer already said there's nothing we can do about it. I would advise the homeowners to go out, get your own independent engineer contractor, and come out and find out what is going on with your area. That way we don't have this dog and pony show back and forth, because there is a solution to the problem. But we're not looking at it that way because we got too much other stuff clouding the outcome. So my advice to you, go out, get your own independent engineer to come out and view the area and see what's wrong. Then we can get some solution. But other than that, we're gonna do this next month, the month after, the month after, the month after. Let's get the people in and let's get your independent engineer, come out, check the solution out, and come up with a solution. There is a solution. I just don't believe there's not a solution. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to adopt. Well, I guess we need to get the language that we've agreed to. Michael, do you want to read the?
If we're going to install that as a condition of approval, then I guess in recognition of the extraordinary circumstances regarding the drainage issues in the surrounding area, the applicant agrees to a contribution of up to $80,000 towards applicant agrees to a construction contribution of up to $80,000 towards the costs of one pumping station or any other mechanism.
Right?
Toward pumping stations.
But it's an $80,000 contribution to any solution that the city may try to. So I don't want to bind them to a pumping station if the solution is something else. But and at that point, if that's going to be a condition of approval, we'll come back with an actual agreement to be entered between the city and the developer. It's kind of like a developer's agreement, but it's not. It's actually more of a contribution agreement.
So you want to just kind of bring that back to us one more time there?
Okay, so you have a motion to approve the request.
To adopt ordinance number.
To adopt the ordinance.
Number 2975 with the following.
And then there are two with, see, the problem is if we're going to have I think adopt the ordinance. It's get the right language because I don't want to add language to an ordinance that's not present right now there, nor can I add. But that the applicant is going to come forward, that part of this will include, the ordinance shall be adopted.
Okay.
The applicant agrees to enter into a construction agreement with the city. Said agreement will be brought back before city council for approval.
Okay. Of 80,000, up to 80,000.
Of up to 80,000.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, got it. Motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
By Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, my God, yes.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Next up, ordinance number 2957.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, wait a minute. So that was Nestor and Smith.
Ordinance number 2957. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural and future land use in progress to industrial for certain real property generally located on the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429, owned by Simpson D. Wayne, 50% interest, Simpson Susie F., 50% interest, Laxey Land Investment LLC, Sessions Plymouth LLC, and Hill Lisa LTR, comprising 65.3 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2957, amending the future land use map for Mid-Florida South from county rural and future land use in progress to industrial, and authorize the transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. The property is approximately 65 acres located in the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429. A request to assign a future land use designation of industrial is compatible with the designations assigned to abutting properties to the north. The applicant is also applying to rezone the property to IL Light Industrial Zoning District, compatible with the proposed industrial future land use, which is also the next item on the agenda. The Development Review Committee recommends approval at its meeting on November 8, 2022. Planning Commission unanimously recommended transmittal of the future land use map designation and approval of the change from county rural and future land use in progress to industrial, and the transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2957 and authorize the transmittal to the DEO. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Okay, any questions for Jean? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll look for a motion to, let's see here, what are we?
2957.
Approve ordinance number 2957 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
And this is to authorize transmittal to the DEO.
Oh, transmittal to
Yes, sir.
DEO.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Next up, ordinance number 2958.
Ordinance number 2958, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T Transitional and County A1 Citrus Rural District to IL Light Industrial for certain real property generally located on the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429, comprising 65.3 acres more or less, and owned by Simpson D. Wayne, 50% interest, Simpson Susie F., 50% interest, Laxey Land Investment LLC, Sessions Plymouth LLC, and Hill Lisa LTR, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
And this is the zoning amendment request for the property in the previous item, Mid-Florida South, requesting to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2958, changing from T Transitional and County A1 Citrus Rural Zoning District to IL Light Industrial Zoning District for Mid-Florida South. The proposed IL Light Industrial District is compatible with those found on the south and east of the subject properties. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of 2958 and hold it over for second reading and adoption. DRC has recommended approval, and Planning Commission also unanimously recommended approval at their November 8, 2022 Planning Commission meeting.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2958 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Can
Next,
I take a 2-minute break? I need
Sure.
to go to the base.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah. I know, I am.
Okay, next up, we've got, let's see here, ordinance number 2970.
Ordinance number 2970, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural to mixed use for certain real property generally located north and east of US 441, east of Apopka Airport Road, and west of Hermit Smith Road, owned by Tyler Crusades, Inc., comprising 40.14 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean?
Again, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2970, changing the future land use map designation for Tyler Crusades from county rural to mixed use. The subject property is approximately 40 acres located north and east of US 441, east of Apopka Airport Road, and west of Hermit Smith Road. A request to assign a future land use designation of mixed use is compatible with the area due to the adjacent properties already having the same future land use designation. The applicant is also requesting to amend the zoning district for the subject properties to mixed-use East Shore Gateway zoning subdistrict, which is the next item on the agenda. The DRC recommends approval, and at its meeting on November 8, 2022, Planning Commission, on a vote of 4-1, recommended approval of the future land use amendment from county rural to mixed use. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2970 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on December 21, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Okay, any questions for Jean on this matter?
I just have one. The planning commission voted 4-1.
Yes.
What was the reason for the one?
One of the commissioners had concerns about the airport noise in that
Okay.
area.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2970 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta. Anybody want to second that one?
And on this one, there's no concerns on the type of usage, because obviously they've got wetland on that property.
Yeah.
Is there any concern of the use type on here that it would impact that adversely?
There would be no concerns right now. Commissioner, we've only seen conceptual plans that proposes both a mix of residential and commercial on those properties, but they haven't gone through development review yet.
So our land development code now, since this is a major roadway that it sits on, and the size, what's the size of it? Acreage wise?
69, 40.
40.
So it's over four, so it's over that threshold. So there truly will be commercial on this site.
Yes, sir. That is our discussion and informational meeting with the applicant and the concept plan that we've looked at.
Okay. Because obviously being mixed use, I think there's an idea that there's going to be residential as well, but the fact of the matter is our code, being that it's over 40 acres and it sits on a major roadway like this, it does require a certain percentage of that to be commercial. or
Anything
some other
over
form.
25, correct, requires commercial component on that mixed-use East Shore Gateway, correct?
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Nesta, second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2971.
Ordinance number 2971, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County PD Plan Development and County A1 Citrus Rural to MUESGT Mixed Use East Shore Gateway Subdistrict for certain real property generally located north and east of US 441, east of Apopka Airport Road, and west of Hermit Smith Road, comprising 40.14 acres more or less, and owned by Tyler Crusades, Inc., providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean?
For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2971, changing the zoning from County A1 and County PD to mixed-use East Shore Gateway for Tyler Crusades, which is the previous reference properties in the previous item. They're currently vacant but adjacent to mixed uses. The MUESGT, Mixed Use East Shore Gateway District, is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of uses due to PD development and commercial-based districts found south and east of the subject property. The DRC recommends approval at its meeting on November 8, 2022. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2971 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on December 21st, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2971 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2977.
Ordinance number 2977. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural, 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres, to city commercial for certain real property generally located north of US 441 Connector Road West, east of State Road 429, and west of Plymouth Sorrento Road. Owned by Robert Grossenbacher, 5th interest, Scott Grossenbacher and Todd Grossenbacher, 5th interest, Carolyn Ditch Trust, 5th interest, Mary Frisbee, 5th interest, Elizabeth Townsend, 1/5 interest, comprising of 8.39 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
This is Roxanne Reed with Community Development Department. The request is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2977 and hold it over for the second reading and adoption on December 21st. The property is at 1132 Plymouth Sorrento Road. The existing future land use is county rural, and the proposed future land use is city commercial, and this is 8.39 acres. This proposed future land use designation is compatible with the areas you can see on the map here, and the application, this application is being processed simultaneously with an application to rezone the property, which will be the next case. The Development Review Committee recommended approval of this change in future land use. The Planning Commission also recommended approval of the change, and the recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2977 and hold it over for the second reading.
Any questions for Roxanne?
I don't have questions. There's comments on this one. I don't think that this is compatible to the area. If you look at one of the maps there, thank you. You have Orange County kind of surrounding the entire area there. We have an affordable housing project coming up to the northeast that we were notified by. I just think this corridor is going to be an eyesore just due to we don't control it. We don't know what's going to go there. We don't even know what's going to go on this site. And I don't think it's compatible just because we have commercial to the south. It's hard for me to say yes to this when there's no plans and we have no idea what's going on to the north or to the east. It's just going to be another corridor of mismatched properties with no planning. And again, it's because those are not city limit properties to the north and to the east. Those aren't annexed in, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be. So I don't know. Obviously, it's up to the council, but I just think it lacks consistency in the area, and I just think that's going to turn into a rough corridor.
Why don't we have the applicant come up if you want to ask a question, just to, I know that was more of a
comment, yeah, I
but
understand.
if you got a question is maybe as along those same lines,
Sure.
Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Andrew McCown with GAI Consultants, representing the applicant Standard Investments and Holdings.
So with that, I mean, with the comments that I made there, do you guys have a set plan already? Do you know what's going in, tenants, anything like that? What type of product?
So we do have a concept plan, and that concept plan was submitted as part of our application. I spoke with Roxanne, and it wasn't included in the package that you received. But the idea, and you can't see it here, but the idea is that there is kind of there's a central depressional area in the middle that kind of excludes a lot of development in the central and northwestern portion. So the development would it would front the street on both South Fork and on Plymouth Sorrento, and there would be at least one entrance on both South Fork and on Plymouth Sorrento. So it is anticipated to be, corridor-oriented type commercial, which would be pretty compatible with the development that's already coming in with Floridian Town Center just to the west, and the other property just to the south, which I believe is also a commercial corridor, or it may be commercial neighborhood.
Yeah, I just have a hard time with, although you may be compatible with the property to the south and over 429 to the west, to the north and to the east, it's going to be a free-for-all. I mean, the perfect example is Orange County approved a property on the northwest corner of Lester and Rock Springs Road where there's a 3-story self-storage right next to a neighborhood, and it was supposed to be next to retail. I mean, it's a mess. So I lack faith that Orange County will consult with us or try to work with us to make this an attractive corridor. And until we know what's going in there, it's hard for me to make this a commercial property that, again, we don't know what the tenant base is going to be, things like that. So I appreciate you answering my question, though.
So is there any kind of design standards that you think would be appropriate that would get you to the level of aesthetics that you're looking for?
No, it's not. My problem comes in when it's the other properties that are going to be surrounding you, the unknown of what Orange County is going to approve. And it seems like, again, we find out once it's being built what has been approved. So we don't really have any say in that. And unfortunately, you're in that corridor that I know you guys just recently annexed in, but I don't think the rest of these properties are. So we don't really have control over them. And this area is just, it's going to be another one of those just rough corridors where we have multifamily next to an industrial, next to self-storage, next to a gas station, and next to a single-family home. So I'm worried about making an issue that much worse in this corridor.
Do you have ownership interest on the commercial property to the south of that?
No, they're two completely separate.
But you touched on it a second ago, because if you looked at the Floridian Town Center area, or what's being called that, west of 429, it's basically the footprint of all your oranges and dark oranges, correct? That project area?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
And so South Fork is a bridge. It's a road that goes under the bridge of 429. How I kind of see it, now I'm looking at it in a vacuum, but if I just look at those two commercial properties, that creates a gateway into that Floridian Town Center to the west. And I get it, it's going to be a hodgepodge because we don't know what county's doing necessarily all the time on those pieces of property. But it's an opportunity for you to almost have that gateway feature coming from Plymouth Sorrento west into that product, and it creates a alternative kind of intuitive place to go into than the 429 connector to the west.
Jim, you want to say something on that?
But again, it really depends on what type of commercial goes there.
Yeah, and I think to kind of just comment on what you just said too, there's no guarantee that it's going to be a consistent type of, consistent theme or anything like that. So although, yes, you may use the term gateway, that I think is giving it a little more credit than what it may be.
Actually, it is an opportunity to be consistent because the developer and the owner owns both north and south.
I understand that.
And for the development, with our development guidelines and our design guidelines, we can make them consistent. And like you mentioned, Commissioner Becker, is that this does afford that access going into the Floridian Town Center so that it is consistent on at least one side of the road. We've got that opportunity. We don't have it on the eastern side because, again, like you said, we don't know that. But if we waited for Orange County to do anything, we wouldn't do anything.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, they move forward with what they want, and then we have to unfortunately be a little reactionary. But it's tough for us to be proactive with their lack of educating us.
Yeah. One of the things that this is the area right here that they're putting in the 300 units. by having some commercial, whether it's offices, doctors, dentists, it could be a fast food thing. That provides them that access and that location catty corner to where they actually are living. That could be a potential of less cars on the road to get to do any shopping.
Yeah, I mean,
Capture trips.
from where I stand, I mean, I get the quilting effect, if you will, but
Yeah.
we need straight commercial plays too. I mean, so right now it's county rural. I mean, what other city zoning or land use or zoning classifications would we even consider it? Is that residential low to the southeast?
You're talking up here. Yeah, there's residential low to the southeast, directly south of the connector road. That's in the county still.
Yeah.
And then the ag property will probably go to commercial also, that green part that's a little bit farther south.
Yeah, I mean, I concur with Commissioner Ness's concerns. I've got residential fatigue, and the only cure is more commercial. If you want to,
Yeah, we've got
do a bad SNL joke there, but I think it ties in with the Floridian Town Center area to create some of that larger commercial aspect.
Correct. We're using Plymouth Sorrento as our border. There was a request coming in on, I believe it was this property here, to go to commercial, and we basically told them no, because we'd rather have that area to the east and then north of Plymouth Landing to be more of a residential component. And it might be Orange County, of course, they popped that in there, and I don't know how many dwelling units it is per acre, but this might be something that could go. If this is 5 units per acre, this might go 7.5 units per acre, but I'm not going to go any higher than that.
Well, I think that's the problem, though, is that we're guessing what's going to go there. And I'm worried that this, again, is going to just be a hodgepodge of random properties and random uses. And everybody, it's easy to just say yes to these, but it's at some point we're driving past these, and 10 years from now we say, what were they thinking? Why did this go here? Was nobody planning this? And I think you can see that on many parts of our city. So, and I understand that the gateway there to one specific large development, but looking at that myopically on one specific view, there's going to be a lot of traffic on Plymouth Sorrento. I just think until we can figure out what Orange County is going to approve otherwise.
We can't.
But we can't wait.
I agree.
We can't wait for Orange
that's
County. Here's the option though. You can either go industrial. If you go residential, single family, nobody wants to live next to the 429 for residential.
Well, I disagree.
Unless
We're
you have
selling;
apartments,
those are
which is
selling
up
all
here.
day up on Kelly Park interchange. So I totally disagree. That's selling all day.
But that's not this area.
Okay, well then that's not the case then. That's not your debate then. Either way, I mean I just don't think it's compatible. But
So do we know who owned the piece of property that's next to the Floridian Town Center and the piece that he wants to develop?
Say again.
Do we know who owns the property between the two?
This piece here.
Go up.
To the west.
No, go right there, yes.
CFX.
That's the expressway. They kind of go back and forth in and out with their drainage ponds.
We're trying to get them to
Yeah, I
sell
don't
the
know if that's-
property, that they bought a big
There
chunk
you
to
go.
put the road through, and the
See, they-
developer came in real quick, built the road in there so he could sell it for
Yep.
residential development property, and so CFX has got a big chunk of property but they're having a hard time selling property.
Oh, that's up here, yeah.
It's a management. I know Floridian Town Center would love to have that property to fill
Well,
in some gaps.
Yeah, that's up to the north up here.
So,
But yeah, unfortunately, the corridor that 429 has is not a smooth corridor. It jogs back and forth in these locations here.
Well, I know Orange County is in the process of working with their land development code for 2050, so it's going to be a while.
all right, any other questions for staff or the applicant? I mean, I guess my question to Commissioner Ness will be, then if not commercial, then what?
and I don't know if I don't have that answer. So, and I agree with you. But my point, I guess, is just because we don't have the answer now doesn't mean I won't have it in 6 months, a year, whatever it may be. Because Orange County will start approving more projects around here then, and that will give us kind of the climate of this is what Orange County is planning for this corridor. Unfortunately, we don't get to plan it. Orange County gets to plan it, and we have to then either just build whatever we want, and so it looks mismatched, hodgepodge, or we get to kind of be reactive and say, okay, this is going to be a residential corridor for them. Let's be complementary to that in whatever respect that may be.
And that's why staff's opinion is that this is a consistent development pattern right now with the commercial in this area. If we wait for somebody else to dictate to us how we want our area, that's backwards. We're dictating it. We're not waiting for Orange County to do it. We are doing it on the western
That would be
side.
My point is, I'd rather us be in control of property than Orange County, because obviously they put some things on us that you've named two projects.
Right.
That aren't compatible with anything we have around them, but.
But I think that's the point. I mean, I don't know if we would have approved a housing development. Well, actually, I know we wouldn't have approved a housing development right next to a self-storage. So that's where I'm like, okay, we have to unfortunately be reactionary until Orange County wants to work with us in that capacity. So that's my point there, is that yes, we can build something there, but it could be to the detriment of this development. Should it be whatever it could be anything that they approve there. So that's just my point. That's my concern on this one. And
actually, a storage unit complex, if you think about it, that it's a commercial type operation, but it's quiet.
Yeah, but it's ugly. Is the point. I don't want that in my backyard. It's
some can be, that's for sure.
Yeah, this, I mean, 3 stories and you can't convince me otherwise on that one.
True, yeah. Okay, well, anybody from the public want to speak on this matter? And I guess we need to bring it in and kind of figure out what we want to do here. Me as just one voting member, I think that this is an opportunity for us to branch out, look at more commercial, and be in control of it versus Orange County in control. And but that's just my thoughts. And so look for somebody to come up with a motion they'd like.
Yeah, I mean, all valid concerns. I just think that we need, again, I'm fatigued on straight residential. And this is an opportunity to have straight commercial in an area that I think to the west needs to have more commercial anchor to it. So I'm fine with that.
So is that a motion, Commissioner Becker?
So moved. Yeah.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Becker, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Nesta in opposition. Okay, next up, let's see. We got,
Ordinance 2978.
2978.
Ordinance number 2978. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County A1 Citrus Rural to City CC Community Commercial for certain real property generally located north of US 441 Connector Road West, east of State Road 429, and west of Plymouth Sorrento Road. Owned by Robert Grossenbacher, 5th interest, Scott Grossenbacher, and Todd Grossenbacher, 5th interest, Carol Ditch Trust, 5th interest, Mary Frisbee, 5th interest, Elizabeth Townsend, 5th interest, comprising 8.39 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Roxanne Reed with the Community Development Department. The request is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2978 and hold it over for the second reading and adoption on December 21st. This is the rezoning request. You can see here asking for the existing zoning is A1, and then the proposed zoning is community commercial. This property is about 8.39 acres in size. It's currently vacant, and it's compatible with the zoning in the area. The property to the south is zoned commercial neighborhood, but we have talked with the applicant about that, and that will probably be rezoned at some point to community commercial to be compatible. The Development Review Committee has recommended approval of the change in zoning from County A1 Citrus Rural to City Community Commercial, finding it is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code. At the November 8th meeting of the Planning Commission, they unanimously recommended approval of the change in zoning, and then the recommended motion is to accept the first reading of the ordinance and hold it over for a second reading. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Roxanne? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
I just want to make the same point again. Sorry, but to what Roxanne just said, to make it compatible, we're wanting the property to the south to zone the same as what this site's requesting. So it would, again, I feel like it plays into my point that it is not compatible with the surrounding properties.
Thank you, Commissioner Nesta. All right, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2978 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion
No.
carries. Or motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Nesta in opposition. Next up, ordinance number 2986.
Ordinance number 2986, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by Soil Blending Properties, LLC, located west of Hermit Smith Road, east of Conrad Road, and south of Hogshead Road, comprising 10.07 acres, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Roxanne Reed with the Community Development Department. The request is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2986 and hold it over for a second reading. The location of the property is on Hermit Smith Road. The tract size is about 10.07 acres. The applicant is intending to expand an adjacent industrial business on the property. And the recommended motion for City Council is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2986 and hold it over for second reading and adoption.
That it? Okay.
Questions?
Any questions for Roxanne? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2986 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2987.
Ordinance number 2987, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by the Central Florida Expressway Authority, located in the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429, comprising of 6.0 acres, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2987, annexation of the CFX property. Parcel is located in the southwest corner of Peterson Road and State Road 429 and approximately 6 acres in size. It abuts properties in city jurisdiction on its northern, western, and southern boundaries. DRC recommends approval. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2987 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on December 21st, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for motion to approve ordinance number 2987 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-54, Budget Amendment.
Resolution number 2022-54, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, providing for a budget amendment.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is your budget amendment from 2 items you adopted earlier under your business section of the agenda. The first one is for the right-of-way for $16,170,000 on Mount Sterling. The second one,
How much was that?
16,000.
$16,170.
Okay, because yesterday I had a different number. You gave me 14, I think.
That has a contingency piece with it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Transportation, from the transportation impact fees for the improvements to that cul-de-sac that you saw this evening is $55,000. And then the rebuild of King Street and Peterson is $565,456. for a total budget amendment of $636,626, all coming from your transportation impact fees.
Any questions?
The yeah, just on the roundabout. I can't remember Mount Sterling. Did we consult with the HOA on that? What was their, I guess, response, or did they have any thoughts on that, or are we doing this without them knowing?
We've heard from some of the residents, Commissioner. We have not consulted directly with them. Probably that's something we could do, probably reach out to them before we get ready to make the improvement. We could do that.
Okay.
So
No, I was just
but
curious.
we've heard from several of the residents, so.
Okay.
But
Any other questions for Edward? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve Resolution 2022-54.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, City Council reports. Commissioner Velasquez.
It was different. You know, today I was quiet. Everybody was busy. Yeah, they were. I did make a little list for myself. God, I did make a little list of the things I wanted to mention. I don't know what I did with it. Move on till I find it.
Commissioner Becker.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple slides.
Oh, okay,
from my
go ahead.
time. The first slide of which I just want to get confirmation of our own internal policy because I'm confused.
Oh, here it is.
I'll wait till the slide comes up because it kind of talks for me.
Okay.
I'd made a request to enumerate an item for city council reports for this meeting last week, and what I would assume would be plenty of time for it to make the agenda. And I was told that I could not. I just had some data that I collected over the past few years in terms of how often that occurs. So just press play.
Give me 1 second, I'll switch it for you.
So I had asked to have one item placed on the agenda for this evening called Economic Development Direction. And so I inventoried the past 3 years' worth of agendas that we've had out on our website readily available, which comprises 75 city council meetings during that span. During the mayor's report, there's been 61 of those meetings, or 81% of the time, where enumerated items have been included within the agenda, comprising 204 items. So every time that there is enumerated items, it averages 3.3 items. City attorney's report, 15 times with 19 items. Administrator's report, 35 meetings with 44 items. There's been one singular instance of a commissioner on this council who's been afforded that luxury of having a formal enumerated item within the agenda. That's Commissioner Bankson when he did the general fund reserve policy. I asked for this to be on the agenda on the 1st of December. I received a denial from Ms. Havoc indicating that it's not practice. I asked for clarification, citation of rules, anything other preventing me from doing so as an equal member of this board, to which no response was provided. The agenda was published on 12/2. I immediately noticed that my item was not there for enumeration. I asked again for clarification from Mr. Bass, who provided the final denial saying that he had conferred with the mayor, and the mayor had just then decided to omit enumerated items under his mayor's report in response. So you go from doing something you've done 81% of the meetings over a 3-year period to taking those completely off because I'm asking for one item to be considered as an equal member of this board. And I think that collectively up here, we need to give some clear indication about what is or not permissible when it comes to enumerated items within our city council report. Because I think we should all have the ability. Now, granted, we don't want to take up 8 hours of people's times. So we have to understand ourselves what we want to limit ourselves to in terms of the length of these meetings. But I think if the commissioners decide that we want to highlight 1, 2, maybe 3 items for general consideration of this board, we should have the opportunity to do so as an equal member of this city council. So what is there from a legal perspective any?
Well, that's why I need to get some clarification from you. How do you actually define an enumerated item?
A listed item within those reports on the agenda when it's published.
So to my understanding is as part of the we cannot have an agenda item that's going to call for an action of the council to be placed on your reports.
Not calling for an action.
So what you could do as part of your city council reports without it being expressly enumerated in the agenda is your report is an opportunity for you to call for direction from staff or for having direction to staff to proceed forward on an issue. And then with staff having direction forward, that is an item that can then at a future date be brought under a business item, which would then call for a vote.
Hold on. Give me the logic as to why an equal member of this board is afforded the opportunity to have a named item within the report section. Because all I'm doing is I don't want to get up here and blindside the people that I serve with in terms of what I want to talk about. Because I want to have a meaningful, if I'm going to bring the topic up, I want to have a meaningful conversation. And if people up on this dais see economic development, it gets them in the right lens to say, hey, what do I know about economic development that I could bring to the table?
Right. From my experience in prior jurisdictions, when it comes to each individual's report section, it is not expressly enumerated as to what items they're going to be brought. It's an opportunity for each member to discuss in open meeting, consistent with the Sunshine Law, those topics that they wish to discuss, but it's not an action item. Not one that will call for any type of action. I think you can, in your report, and any council member in this report can call for or give direction to staff to proceed forward to bring an item forward for there to be action.
So why was Commissioner Banks afforded the opportunity and I was?
I cannot answer that. That is going to have to be for our agenda clerk.
Right. So I would like to give clarity. I don't know if it has to come for a formal vote or not, but as a member of this council, if I want something listed within city council reports, I expect it to be honored. Case closed. And so I don't know if that.
Well, at that point, we can add, if you want to direct staff to enumerate what is the policy or the agenda policy and have a response from the agenda clerk as to what entails having an item expressly placed as part of the city council report. I mean, just historically speaking, I cannot answer why there was one item only placed once for Commissioner Banks and to discuss general fund reserve. I think it would be consistent with, I guess, the custom of putting on the agenda that provision is out of the norm for an actual council member to have an explicit, or at this point, then it's a question of directing staff internally on our agenda. Then each individual council member will have a line item in the agenda for them to place whatever it is they wish to discuss, with the understanding that what you are discussing is not an action item that is not subject to a vote. But that's going to be an internal, there's no legal issue. That's going to just be an internal customer policy of the agenda clerk as to how to basically delineate what are the items on the agenda.
And I'm glad Commissioner Banks was afforded the opportunity. I'm glad that it created a norm. I don't care if it's one time or 50. He was afforded that opportunity. I expect the same opportunity. So unless there's rules to say, hey, you have to have it to us before 5 days of agenda publishing, anytime that I want an item that I think is worthy of our discussion on this council, I expect it to be placed on the city council.
I defer that to the agenda clerk.
Thank you. So with that being said, I did want to broach the topic of economic development. A lot of times we talk about it, it's this nebulous term, or, we really don't know how to kind of encapsulate our discussion. But I want to point out the fact that, again, Apopka is outside the norm in terms of what other municipalities are doing to drive the right outcomes within their cities in terms of economic development. On the slide that you have up there, I picked around 14 different municipalities of varying sizes. The dark bar graph or area graph behind it indicates the size, so your largest city from left to right. And then what their annual spend is in terms of economic development. Again, caveat being, they're not all from the same budget year. This is directionally accurate. There could be some, a couple grand here and there that are off, but generally speaking, this is what they invest in terms of economic development on an annual basis. The check marks are two cities, Ocoee and Tavares, that I know that they have it. I just couldn't readily dig into what their spend is on an annual basis. The red The red circles obviously clearly indicates municipalities that do not offer any sort of economic development specifically stated. That would include Apopka, Oviedo, Winter Springs, and Lake Mary. The caveat to Lake Mary is historically they've used incentives to attract employment centers to their city. So even though they don't have an economic development director, they do leverage a good amount of incentives to bring those type of employment centers to their city. When you look across the board, we average, those cities that I do have a figure for, average about $331,000 per year. And what that equates to be is, let's think about it on a per person or per household basis. On average, based off of those populations, it's about $10 per person per year. We know that we spend that much money in gas per person going out to a restaurant outside of our cities on almost a monthly basis, or $28 per household. If you applied the 331 to Apopka in our population, it would work out to be about $6 a person or $19 a household if we budgeted the average. I'm not asking for 331, but I am asking this council to seriously consider the creation of this item and fund it within this budget year. I'm not going to ask for a vote tonight to what Mr. Rodriguez was describing, but I am going to make some asks. And those asks are three different things. One is we create an economic development department. And I'm suggesting that we fund that department with seed funding out of the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. I sat in this council chamber a few months ago where there was a $300,000 expenditure earmarked for a reading program. However, I think these $300,000 would be better served invested in economic development. And it goes directly to supporting a key principle in the SLFRF funds, which is in the green text below there. And it's called building a strong, resilient, and equitable recovery by making investments that support long-term growth and opportunity. And that's an opportunity across all of Apopka, the business community, those that work within the types of establishments that would come to Apopka to make ourselves, sustainable long-term. My other ask is that we create an economic development director role, and we can all sit up here and agree on what that job description looks like. I have my point of view, but I don't want to operate in a vacuum and put forth something that the rest of the council is not comfortable with. But I think it should be a director level position. I think it's a role that needs to speak directly to this council, and it's a role that we should ratify as a council. The third one on a future date, once we have those two aligned, is create that long-term execution strategy. We talked about it just a second ago, the commercial thing that we just considered. And a lot of the commercial elements that are earmarked don't have tenants named. Let's have that person that can work with these developments to ask for that. I mean, one of the large mixed-use developers has admitted that their applicant would find tremendous value if they had a direct city resource to be able to have that conversation with, to understand what our residents want in terms of commercial, retail, industrial, what have you. And that's not to say that Jim's not doing some of that work already. But Jim has a full workload when we talk about doing comp plan revisions, when we talk about transportation planning, when it talks about, all the permitting that are coming through his office doors already. So I think, the benefits I have listed down below there, but there are many, right? You have a department that's solely focused on this initiative, ensures the priorities of the city are properly represented externally. I think people have a fairly good heat check internally of what we're trying to do, but the broader external community, I don't think has that. They serve as a brand ambassador for Apopka. They're the primary city liaison between property owners and businesses. The chamber does a certain extent of that, but it's not the city-led initiative. Implement business sustainability and viability initiatives. Increase Apopka's tax base in most effective ways. If we don't want to burden our residents for that tax base, let's have commercial, the industrial, the ones that we say bring more tax dollars to us. Let's get that person to make those alignments. Focus on bringing quality of life opportunities to Apopka, like I just mentioned with that other developer. Assist large-scale mixed-use projects to secure new tenants based on cities' preferences. Why not have them guessing? Let's tell them what we want. And I firmly believe this is a self-sustaining, in terms of financially, initiative. And it's an opportunity to provide revenue lift to East Drain and other general fund departments and revenues. Think about it. The Holiday Pops concert, it's freaking amazing. I mean, it's a crown jewel gem of of an event. And, you know, let's take the marketing pictures. I mean, that thing should be paying for itself in terms of sponsorships and title sponsors and what have you. And again, no dig at you, Radley. I'm just using this as an example. But every dollar that we can generate through economic development and these opportunities from a tax base that's more desirable reduces the strain that we have on our public safety and our public services for us to have to use those funds. And it becomes this just continual feedback loop for the external business community directly into the city council, so that we know where to pivot, where to invest more dollars, and what we need to do. But I think without having to dip into any other unearmarked fund, the $300,000 that we had talked about before out of those SLF RF funds, I think makes the right practical sense for us to consider. So my ask of the council today is for us to get a general agreement for this to be put on a formal agenda, for us to formally consider the creation of the Economic Development Department, as well as the Economic Development role. And I'll caveat that with this: the $300,000 is not for one singular person's salary. That's not the intent. We can agree what that bucket would look like when we talk about job description, but this would be for the seed to create the department, have at least a director level position put in place, and then all the other ancillary expense that comes across with branding our city and the things that come with doing that line of work. So I would hope that I have the support, because I don't think it's not a dig on anybody. It's just, we need this. Other cities are doing it and they've proved themselves successful. We are the largest city in the Northwest Orange, Southeast Lake County area without economic development. Tavares, Eustis, I mean, all these cities that, again, are creating these vibrant areas, that common denominator is investment in economic development. So that's my ask, and I hope that we can get a general head nod that this can be agenda and put on the agenda. And then obviously ask me if you need anything specific.
I don't hate the idea. The only thing is just creating benchmarks, I guess. How do we track success? Would be my only kind of concern, is making sure that if we're spending $300 plus a year, that I can say your job was well worth it. I can see where the dollars came from. Or if it's not, it's, hey, this didn't work out. Mm-hmm. This was a waste. That would be my ask if we do move along with this, is that we create very specific benchmarks.
And if I can address that one. So if you look at, I encourage you all to go and look at these budget books from these different cities, but Winter Garden, for example, puts very clear success measures of how they interpret, when they talk about the Plant Street area, what types of things are they trying to put there, and they gauge and measure themselves across those key performance metrics. Absolutely agree.
Definitely open to the conversation.
Anything else, Mr. Burke?
I'd like if you can give us this presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And, I agree that we need to have this conversation. It's when the former Commissioner Bankson was here, that was his thing. He wanted to make sure that we understood how important it was to have that reserve at 25%. And we gave him the platform. We actually gave him the time to kind of create it, do the research, and come up here and show us that this was important, not just that it was his agenda, but that overall it was a benefit to the city. So I want to be able to give that opportunity to Commissioner Becker. He's doing all the research, and he wants to kind of show the benefit of it, not just for him, but the benefit for the city and for our, we're trying to build our city downtown. It's been something that, as long as I've been here, which is almost going to be 10 years, it's been something we've been talking about, and we just seem to always piecemealing it, and we're just not moving in that direction. And something that I am seeing is that we're kind of all over in the city. And if you hear the feedback from our residents, they don't even understand what direction we're going in. And what's coming back from our residents is a lot of negativity. I mean, we keep hearing moratorium. So what's that telling us as a commission is that the residents are not happy, or they don't trust our vision. And so if we can do something to try and give them some kind of a roadmap, a vision, you know, this is where we're going and this is what we want to do, I think that we can kind of bring our taxpayers on board. But right now, I don't see that. We're just kind of all over the map. And I think this would be a good start. If we can put something together to kind of show our taxpayers that this is how we want to build our city, that we have a vision. And right now, in all the years that I've been here, we're doing Kelly Park, we're doing City Downtown, we've got all these residentials, we've got commercials, and the thing is that we've kind of, the taxpayers and even us up here is, well, where are we going? How do we want our city to be branded? So I think that's a great opportunity.
Commissioner, you want to go ahead and, did you find your notes?
I did.
Commissioner
But I
Smith.
just want to be able to give everyone else.
Yes, one thing I was going to say is that I understand that there's a need for economic development department. I just don't feel that we're ready for a full-time position at this time. I've talked to a couple of other cities where they have economic development directors, and they did not just start out with a full-time director. They had a person in a part-time position that was already on staff that assumed those responsibilities, and then they grew into the full-time position, because in addition to that, that individual is going to need staff also. And so I think we just need to grow into that. I've spoken to Mr. Hitt at least once or twice about maybe him assuming that as a part-time responsibility as the economic director, and then we move into a full-time position at some point. But I just don't think that we're ready for a full-time at this point. And then in reference to the $300,000 from the coronavirus, I've asked Mr. Bass about giving our 911 responders $1,000 each, because they did not receive it when the fire department and the police department received it. But we're waiting to see if our governor is going to retroactively give them that $1,000 as well. So that's my viewpoint. And matter of fact, at the legislative session we had just last week, I spoke to a mayor of another city that still says that she still confers with Mr. Hitt in reference to economic development, because she feels that he has that expertise and their city has grown enormously as a result of that, and without the economic director, but on a part-time basis, and then moving into a full-time position and having staff for that person as well.
So can I ask you which city that was? Because I when you generalize, it makes it like, here he actually tells you, can you go back to that other?
Groveland is who I spoke with.
Okay, Groveland. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, again, on the ask side, the budget is obviously negotiable. I mean, I'm not heavy-fisted to say a certain amount, but I do think that you have to have someone solely focused on it. I think, and again, depending on what size city, I mean, Groveland is on a very early part of their maturity curve. We're 57,000 strong. So we're not only 57,000 strong, but we've got major pockets of major mixed-use developments. And so we were talking earlier about like one parcel of, getting out of whack. You could have that entire Kelly Park interchange area get out of whack very quickly if we don't have someone to drive that conversation. And again, I'm not trying to knock Jim on this, but his department they have a huge amount of workload. And again, without economic development, we know where we're at, right? I mean, if our vernacular is fancy Circle Ks and concept Winn-Dixies, we're failing on the economic development front. I'm sorry. We've got a partner that's doing our city center that claimed last year at this time that new development that we, threw mulch on was going to be done in Q1 of this year. Mm-hmm. So we've had, and I think that you posted on this, prior to my time back on council, is that, that location that used to have the old Albertsons up on, Welch and Rock Springs, that's sat dormant for 10 years. Who's out knocking on doors to get that stuff filled? I grant, yeah. Well, but on a full-time basis. Now, there's factors involved, right? People are getting compensated through lease agreements that are there. You'd have to really get creative to get some things to transpire, but that's what this person would be doing. I mean, again, we see all these different things. I mean, where was it? Ocoee just announced that they're potentially going to do this big, large-scale athletic complex with hotels and restaurant space and all this and that. It doesn't happen by accident. I mean, so I'm curious as this like aversion to get an economic development focused person on it when there's so much proven success of other municipalities. And I'm happy to, if this goes on a formal agenda, do deeper digging into my presentation. Hopefully you all can provide some feedback on what would you want more to get to a yes decision. But again, residents are calling for this.
Well, I think to just kind of address that directly, I think it's just put an equal sign between the department and our value, our financial value, how we're exactly being. I think that's where people are getting disconnected, at least a little bit with me. So I think that's where we could take a little bit deeper of a dive and see, with this person spending $300,000 in this department, plus they're creating however much value that we didn't have before. So
yeah, and say some amount less than 300,000, because obviously that's what I'm saying is 300 I used because I knew that was available through the SLFRF funds that were being earmarked for some other purpose that, from when I was sitting out there looking in, it didn't sound like too many of the commissioners knew what that was even for anyways. Mm-hmm. This is for something that's aligned to the vision of what those funds are used for and can pay back itself. And I will come up with the value statement that you're asking for.
Well, I think it seems like everyone's kind of open to it, and let's massage a little bit and see what it looks like.
Okay. All right, Mr. Velasquez.
Okay, how do I follow up with that? Actually, since our last council meeting, we have been, as a city, very busy, kind of with so many community events and celebrations. So, I mean, Friday, the 2nd, when we did the Kitland Nelson tree lighting, we had the Clydesdale horses, and that was such a perfect day. And that was, of course, our fallen firefighter, Austin Duran. That was his dad. It was a way of him really wanting to honor his son and kind of just bring the city together and have people kind of just excited and happy. So the Clydesdale horses was certainly a big benefit. And then, it transitioned right into the Kitland Nelson tree lighting, which was, it was a perfect evening, a perfect day. And we truly enjoyed that. And of course, we brought in our Miss Apopka, and, it was just a good day. And then we had the weekend with art in the park. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Radley for coming out with Chris, and we were able to do that survey again. And, I know I checked up with you. You said that we had some feedback. And that day, that park was, fully packed with families because of art in the park. We had all the schools. So there was really no excuse for anyone not to just at least go to the table and give their own what they wanted for the park. So, but I do appreciate that you did it again. Of course, we had the jingle, what was it called for the trees? Jingle Mingle at Camp Weewa. I went up there and we had that, the Christmas trees that were all up there. They were all beautiful. And I understand from Frances, who was, Seacoast was the sponsor. She said it was excellent, that they did very well with that. Then on Saturday, on behalf of the city, Mayor Nelson, and of course the commission, and on behalf of the city of Apopka, I attended the Hope Community 50th, and it was called 50 Years EMAS, which means and more. And it was a proclamation read to honor and to recognize the 50 years that Hope Community and the farm workers have been in our community and working with the underserved in our community. And then this week, day 1, we started with Shop with a Cop, and I think tonight is day 3. So, I mean, we've been kind of very busy with our community, and I always find, a lot of people have said to me, how do you how do you get to be everywhere, and you know, how do you have time? And I just think it's important. And I always feel that the commissioners that I have worked with in the last few years have all made this great effort to do the one thing that is important. We always say we are elected by the people, but at the same time, we get involved in our community and the events. And I think that's just as important as it is working up here, is to really connect with our community on a ground level at events. And I really want to commend each and every commissioner and the mayor that they make that also a priority, not just up here. So thank you, and look forward to the new year.
Awesome. Mr. Smith?
Oh, that was all Commissioner Reckon had?
Yeah, well, you didn't have anything else, did you? Or, I'm sorry if you did. I apologize.
I mean,
No,
my only
we-
other follow-up, and this is for a different meeting, but I did honor Commissioner Nesta's request to go visit Station 4, which I did, and yeah, there's work to be done there. I mean, how we can have a straight face and say that there's no critical issues. I mean, there's a lot to be desired there. But other than that, it's my wife's birthday, so happy birthday. I know it's Megan's birthday too, so happy birthday. I'm done.
This has been a busy 2 weeks since our last meeting, with several events going on. The Arts in the Park was a great event. I even had an opportunity to see two of my grandkids perform at one of the schools, and I think I'm gonna make it by 6 o'clock to see them perform again tonight. The Music in the Mind concert that we attended,
Oh
where
my God, how
Commissioner
could I
Velasquez
forget
was
that?
the MC.
I actually was the MC for that. I completely see, that's how busy I've been.
It was a great event
Yeah.
that we attended that night. Those musicians are doing a phenomenal job, and so hopefully we can get more of those concerts as well. Several ribbon cuttings this week that we've attended. More businesses are joining our area chamber of commerce, and therefore bringing more dollars to our economy here in the city of Apopka. Had the firefighters swearing in this week, and I understand we got a police officer that's going to be sworn in tomorrow, so that's great. And a lot of feedback from the workshop on annexation, and they're looking forward to our next workshop. We did have a turkey giveaway during the Thanksgiving holidays, and myself and Brandon Merriweather, 31 Ways Foundation, will be giving away hams on the 17th of this month between the hours of 4 and 6. And so just a lot going on. And again, I want to commend Pam for her work in getting the streets here and infrastructure in place, and the work that she's doing with all the developers that's coming to our city, getting them to donate land for the right-of-way so we can be prepared for that expansion. And I'm looking forward to the work that's been done there on Boy Scout Road and Apopka Court. That's going to be a great improvement.
Oh, can I just, I just want to interject one thing. I really want to send a special thanks to our Public Works and Josh. They have really gone and satisfied some of the residents at Piedmont subdivision development. Right, Piedmont Lakes. And I just want to say thank you, because I did get some texts from the resident, and he just wanted to say thank you. And it was something we've been working on for quite a few months, and it became a reality. And the family is so happy with the removal of the tree. So thank you.
Commissioner Nesta?
So, as usual, I got a couple things on my agenda. The first one is a quick presentation, so I'm just going to step down there and introduce who will be presenting under my little report, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Nick Nesta, City of Apopka, Commissioner. No, thank you, though.
Thank you.
So this is New Journey Youth Center, and Miss Danielle, she is the director of it. She started in 2005-ish. Gotcha. Okay. So we've been meeting for a few weeks now. She presented to me what her program's about, and she will do the same to you guys briefly, and just kind of walked us through what she's doing, what she's presenting to the community, what she's allowing and offering, and then had a pretty good ask that I thought was a good one that I don't see how we can say no to, but I will let her present the rest of the way. So, this is Miss Danielle.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Okay. So, evening now. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and fellow citizens. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. My name is Danielle Yarbrough. I'm founder, CEO, and director of New Journey Youth Center in the amazing Apopka. Thank you for this opportunity to share a need in our community that is dear and dear to my heart. That is the youth of Apopka. So how do I go to the next one? Just hit the space bar? Space bar? Okay. All right. Apopka is the second largest city in Central Florida with a population of over 56,000, and it's developing fast. Sadly, the youth have been left behind. It is 2022, and the only thing that we offer, the only thing that Apopka offers our youth outside of organized sports is a movie theater and a bowling alley for their leisure time. The problem is they don't have a place to call their own, to have fun, and to be productive with friends. Apopka has 2 high schools and 3 middle schools, totaling over 8,948 overlooked youth. That's not including your private schools and your charter school that we have in Apopka. The solution is New Journey Youth Center. New Journey Youth Center is a nonprofit, youth-led career and development year-round center specializing in useful education enrichment activities for middle and high school students in Apopka since 2011. We offer classes such as music production, entrepreneurship, performing arts, creative arts, STEM robotics, culinary arts, money management, Bible study, community service opportunities, life skills mentoring, college tours, and career speakers. We do a lot. All classes are offered during our unique summer, spring, and winter break programs. Some of our college pass tours have been to Seminole State, Full Sail, Florida Polytech University, Dave School, OCPS, Florida State, FAMU, Johnson's University, UCF, and Donatello School of Nursing, located right here in Apopka. A couple of highlighted field trips we went on have been Kennedy Space Center, EA Sports, Main Event, Skating, Clean the World, Community Cleanups, News 13, Star 94.5, Z88.3, and the CARE Foundation, which is also located in Apopka. And a brief update of our career speakers we've had in the past have been engineers, music producers, military, police officers, city officials, and even an aerospace engineer. So as you can see, we try to cover everything for the students to either be engaged in or to participate in, or people to come out and just share who they are and the different career paths that they've chosen over the years. Lastly, in 2022, when the pandemic hit, we could not go back to the John Bridges Community Center because it was closed until further notice. So in late 2020, we began to pray and search for a new temporary location. In the downtime, we stayed connected with the youth through Skype and Google Meets. In 2021, we were blessed to develop a new partnership with Quest Camp Thunderbird and First Baptist Church to resume our much needed programs. However, all of these locations are temporary. So that's what we did for 2021. We are asking the city to donate the building located at 526 Forest Avenue to New Journey to be our new permanent home. We would like to be the solution to this overlooked and very important need. We will continue to offer classes as previously discussed that empowers youth. In addition to Friday and Saturday activities such as a spoken word lounge, entrepreneur showcase, video gaming tournaments, art galleries, bake-off competition, teen summit, and college career workshops, and much, much more. Our desire is for New Journey to be fun, educational, creative, and an information hub for Apopka's youth. To learn more about us, please visit our website, newjourneyyouthcenter.org. Any questions? I talk fast. Any questions?
Any questions for Danielle?
Is that little cob building that's sitting
Yes,
there
ma'am.
that's kind of in the worst condition I've ever seen it in? That they just highlighted it as
Yeah.
having all the violations.
So if I can't step in real quick, sorry, is obviously to your point that to Commissioner Velasquez's point, it obviously was a dilapidated building. It's used for storage right now, but there's holes in the ceilings, things like that. We've walked it many times. We've brought contractors through, engineers, things like that. So Danielle has a really good understanding of the cost associated with kind of bringing this up to a habitable space for her students and things like that. So in addition to, I know at one point we were possibly thinking of the two eastern corners there, just north and south of this property, were going to be hopefully purchased by the city, but one has already been sold to an individual. So we really can't do anything as a city with these parcels. So, and this building, its best use is, other than this, is being knocked down. So I feel it's something that it creates an opportunity for the city to benefit an organization that is missing again, growing up here, it's meeting that gap that isn't here for the youth. And then it's an incredible location because of the West Orange Trail, as well as our larger path that we're going from downtown or kind of south of Historical Society or the museum over east to the new city center. So it's in a great location that parents can drop off their kids, have them have time to enrich themselves, and then their parents can come back and hang out. So there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of benefit here. So the ask is to think about it, maybe not come up with questions right now if you don't have them, but bring it back around, and I'm going to ask officially that we do in the near future deed this over to them.
And I just want to ask Mr. Bass, I don't know what the status is, but I know the Masons came before us and asked for that same building. So I just want to make sure that.
But the only thing is, it needs so much work. Who's going to pay for the work? And then I do remember from the Duke money, do you remember the resource center that we wanted to do by your church?
Yes.
That we've never done anything with that building. Has she considered that building?
Which building is that?
That's across, we had.
I think they're still,
Price
No.
went,
the
No.
price went up? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's gold plated, in case you
it's
don't know
gold
that.
plated, okay.
Yep, and there was a building on Central, is it Central over there?
Yes, it's central. yes.
Yep, and we had allocated some money
Yes.
and it never came to any fruition, but there's a location there also. So when you're saying that the price went up, I don't understand what that means.
The price of what he wants for that building on Central's gone way higher than it warrants.
I don't know, what was it?
Well, we were thinking we could get it for 150,000 and he wants 400 plus,
Okay.
so.
So without getting into any of the nuts and bolts, I won't talk about all the logistics. I will just say that, Danielle, we've worked together for a
Yeah,
long, long time, and I've had a chance to see you in action. I've met your youth that you serve, and you do a tremendous product and service for the youth. So I'm a big fan.
I know. But I've worked with Danielle over the years. When she was at the John Bridges Center, it's been over 2 years since I've been, I have attended any of the events there. But yes, I can, definitely say, I know what you do with the youth and that, and I know that you've been looking for a home now, probably as long as I've been here too. I remember you once had a parcel. Am I mistaken with that? And
We still do, but the location, we're trying to get more centrally located instead of being kind of off, and then you have to negotiate all of that with the other properties that are next to us, so we still own what we own, but it's just a small portion, so.
and where was that?
You know the little greenhouse that's right there over the railroad tracks? It's one little, when you see the police station, and then you look right, there's a green little house that's on the front, a little small
Small little. you don't
It's
know
a
what I'm talking about.
greenhouse?
Yeah, they used to be a man that used to sit out there and wave at every car that passed by.
Literally a greenhouse.
Oh, okay, I have to,
Not
I
like
don't
a
know why.
greenhouse that you're
Yeah.
making.
Not a greenhouse, greenhouse.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The color of the house is
Yeah.
green.
Oh, okay. So,
And you know, I'm a big supporter of youth. They have my heart, and I think I contributed to the campaign you had going on earlier in looking for a home. I just want to make sure that we haven't already made a commitment to someone else for that same building. Is my that's why I asked the question.
did we have the Masons also ask for that building?
I know we had a request, Commissioner, but we have not, because of a condition that's in, and what it will take to bring it up to where people can even be in it. That's the issue. You can't put kids or people in this building until you renovate it, and it's costly renovation. That's why we've been sitting where we are. But again,
I don't think whatever we do, we'd want to sell the property. I don't think that would ever be, if we were going to do something, I'm fine with $1 a year lease, but I don't think we want to sell that property. So in case 10 years from now, we were able to get the bookends, now we've got the whole block, which.
I agree. No, I totally agree that,
Yeah.
especially with our new,
Administration.
thank you, building that we're absolutely. So as long as you guys are open to it, we can work through kind of the nuts and bolts of that. But I just wanted to make sure this brought to you guys and that we have kind of a consensus of just moving forward in some capacity. So thank you, Miss Danielle. I appreciate it. Sorry you had to wait so long. I only got a couple other things on my list real quick. The annexation workshop, I wrote an article about it. You know, there's a lot to digest there. One thing is, there's a lot of passion. There's been a lot of hurt in this community, and just speaking for myself to the community is that I'm not going to get how I reference or speak about this annexation or anything like that. I'm not going to get it right every single time. But what I hope you listen to is not so much the words, but my tone and how I reference a different part, whatever it may be. Is that I can't personally understand your journey that you've been through, but I'm here to listen, and I want to be there to be able to listen and advocate for those that want that voice. So with that, my kind of question to Commissioner Smith or to the board in general is kind of our next meeting. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be a workshop or something a little less formal, is just to possibly have something at the Bridges Center or maybe at your church that just meets within the community. We get just a little more of a consensus. I'm still on the fence of between emails and the attendance that we had here of where the community wants to go, what direction. So I think that would be beneficial. Again, I don't know. It doesn't need to be this big thing, but just something that meets everybody where they're at, their comfort level to where they're going to be able to speak openly. So that I don't know if that is something your church would want to host, or again, we can do Bridges Center. But I'm fully supportive of it. However you want to kind of run with that. Not that you need to run. I'm happy to run with it, but however we can support each other. Just let me know on that. The Clydesdales were awesome. If we can do that annually, that would be incredible. I know that's kind of out of our we don't get that say, but if we could do it, it would be incredible. Whatever we need to do on our end, let us know. The tree lighting ceremony, absolutely incredible. That was, I told you, I was like, you did bad and you did good, because now this is the new floor. So I'm excited to see what else you guys are going to do, and it's absolutely incredible. And that's it on my side. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Edward.
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
Michael.
I will be brief. The first one, I guess I just want to put it on the record and place in the public. Yes, we have received the final judgment as to count 2 in the Southwick case. I have emailed you a copy of the final judgment for your review. Practically speaking, the court's actions struck the offending language from the development agreement, so there is no need to bring the matter back before City Council for any action in regards to the development agreement. As for what is going forward, I met along with community development with the applicants to discuss their ongoing review before DRC in regards to their complying with the design standards that are part of the development agreement. Though that language was not touched by the court. So the language in what's known as Exhibit F, which are the design standards, is still valid. Only the only thing the court struck was the simply, and all they struck was the wording that said non-subsidized and market rate. So that was the entire action of the court. We're moving forward. They are hinting that there are some damages. We have not sat. I wish to sit with our co-counsel on the matter, along with their counsel and them, to discuss those matters going forward. When I get more of a report on that, or we get more of a handle, I may call another executive session to discuss that issues, because the damage issues are what is remaining in counts 1 and 3 of the lawsuit. There really isn't any more legal issues to move forward, and I think we're going to try to resolve the issue of what are the actual damages in the case to wrap it all up. But we don't foresee any additional litigation on this matter going forward. Second point, and I know I've discussed it with some of you individually, but I think I want to put this on the record for the public, because the word moratorium keeps getting thrown around, and the theme of moratorium is basically to have the city stop allowing for permits and approvals until, and it's kind of been quote unquote, until all traffic issues are resolved. I think it is important for this council, and I know, and I know you concur with me as for those of you that I have spoken to, but it's also, I think, important for the public to be aware that building moratoriums with vague reasons for an indefinite period or an unknown period of time have been ruled to be unconstitutional takings by the U.S. Supreme Court. There are limited factors that can be taken into consideration by a local government when imposing a local building moratorium. The cleanest example is what we incurred at this time last year, which was a temporary moratorium for specific uses, which were the dollar stores. And that was solely for the purpose and solely for the time it took for the city to amend its land development code to address that issue. The most sustainable moratoriums are those that address a specific issue with a specific end date, and that's usually because there's some type of a transition in the code. Having a moratorium just to resolve traffic or to allow for construction and having it stretch on for years would be deemed an unconstitutional taking, and the practical effect of that is that people's private property rights will be affected. And with an unconstitutional taking, the city will be liable for any damages for the loss of private individuals' property rights. And I do not think that is a course of action that I would advise this city to take. The third item is on a lighthearted matter, and more on a light subject, and that is that I am probably going, I say this now because of this meeting date, I am probably the only person in this room who will be actively rooting against the Apopka Blue Darters on December 17th, because Apopka High School is taking on my alma mater, Miami Christopher Columbus High School, in the state championship game, which is a rematch of the 2019 game, which I was in attendance before I worked here.
Debacle, I tell you.
Which Columbus won with, I think, 7 seconds left on the clock
that was,
on a touchdown. So I am alone. I will be alone probably within the city limits rooting for my beloved Christopher Columbus High School Explorers. I'm a proud member of the class in 1990 of Miami Christopher Columbus High. On that, I am wrapped up.
We might have a small wager on that one. So anyway.
Well, I suggest he's standing under the goalpost.
So
I will actually not be traveling to South. Ironically, I will not be traveling to South Florida for the game, though.
Okay. I think everybody's kind of talked about going, some things that have happened, all the great things that have happened the last couple of weeks. I just want to kind of highlight a couple of things going forward between now and our next council meeting. Obviously, this Saturday, we have the parade, the Sertoma Parade, 10 o'clock right down Park Avenue. So, get out there with your family and friends and watch your family and friends as they march down Park Avenue. Obviously, at 5 o'clock, we have our Holiday Pops concert with the Orlando Philharmonic. Tables still available, so we need to sell a few more tables.
I got one.
Okay, good. All right. Then on the 17th at the Edgewood Cemetery, we've got the Wreaths Across America. So if you've got a few minutes, a really neat event where we place wreaths on all of our veterans that served us in the defense of our homeland here. Then last but not least, tell you that on Saturday the 17th, 7 p.m., at the DRV Pink Stadium located at 1350 Northwest 55th Street, Fort Lauderdale, will be the Apopka Blue Darters against that team out of Miami. So with that,
Well, I had one more. There was a meeting here with Rock Springs.
Oh, yeah,
Are you able to kind of detail that at all?
yeah.
yeah, we're trying to put together, oh my gosh, yes. We are getting close to some kind of agreement where the developer, or excuse me, the golf course owner with the HOA putting together an agreement should have something to look at maybe by the end of the year. So basically, I think nothing's really changed. It's just how we do it. It's the 51 acres that they'll develop in swap for the land, the golf course land. I think there's some money to change hands going toward the HOA. What we're trying to do is come up with a conservation easement over some of the golf course land to mitigate the turtles that are on the 51 acres. Then the tricky part, which Michael did a nice job in, is what we're trying to do is reduce the amount of residential land to a number that equals the amount of residential units that will be the 1320 plus I think it's 273 on the 51 acres. So if we reduce the amount of residential property to that number, then we get to a point where you can't develop. There's no more lots to be able to develop. So it would give you, the homeowners of Rock Springs Ridge, the comfort that they've got, some finality to the land being developed. So still a little bit of work to do.
Do they have, because they don't technically currently have more than 1720 homes of development rights currently, right?
Well, if you apply what the actual number of lots that are constructed, the units constructed, and the actual number of units approved, with the overall area of the PD, the estimation is about 17 units that are left over, which the owner could come in and simply go right to the building. Well, they would probably seek a subdivision approval in order to create lots within their property to put those. But the practical effect of what will probably occur is that the HOA will be coming in with an application for a future land use map amendment. And what it'll do, it'll carve out the golf course properties and have their future land use map designation amended from RE and FLVS or FVLS?
What does that mean?
Yes.
The two land use designations. So RE would be residential estate, and I think the other was low density
suburban,
residential.
suburban.
So because as you're aware, and we went over this over a year ago, the entire PD has only two land use designations: RE, which is 1 unit an acre, and FLVS, which is 2 units an acre. Those designations are also over the golf course land. So the golf course has a residential land use. So the HOA is going to come in with an application to amend. They're going to carve out the golf course lots, which are platted. Those will be amended from RE and FLVS to the Parks and Recreation land use. So then that'll now reduce the overall acreage of what's permitted as that'll, and then the remaining RE land use within the PD will be amended to FLVS. So all of Rock Springs Ridge will have all of the PD less the golf course will have an FLVS future land use map designation. Then there are 2 or 3 parcels which are currently common area will also receive the recreation land use designation. So what that ends up doing is you drop the overall acreage that's used for residential, and when you apply a 2 units an acre density, you end up with a number that comes really close to the total approved lots on the area, those that are already built out, plus the proposed addition, which is what conducts the land swap. You may be off by 1 or 2 lots, 1 or 2 units, but in order for those 1 or 2 units to be built, you're looking at somebody's going to have to subdivide a lot or create a duplex, which would not be permitted. So practically speaking, the entire PD would be locked in to a fixed number that cannot be expanded without any type of further acquisitions and further land use amendments that would have to come before this council for approval.
So what about the conservation? You had this meeting yesterday here?
I was brought to a meeting, yes. What a conservation easement is. So wherever gopher tortoises are found on the 51 acres, which are going to be redeveloped, the state allows for the relocation of tortoises. So the HOA has proposed that a portion of the golf course area, which is not going to be used as for golf purposes in the future, will have a conservation easement placed on it, which will prohibit any type of construction, any type of anything. And that area that'll be subject to the conservation easement will be the receiving area for the relocated gopher tortoises.
Isn't it like a 3-to-1 or something in reference to like acreage needed to relocate them? Isn't there?
There is also the possibility of a portion of city property can also be used for. We would be using some area that's ours to have a receiving area as well, so that the total acreage of receiving area would be consistent with what the state needs to be the receiving area for any gopher tortoises that are found and then relocated pursuant to state regulations.
Can I say one thing? Like, first of all,
Yeah,
I thought, you know, back when we were sitting in the amphitheater, we kind of put our fist down and said the city has no interest in this going forward.
Well, the city has no interest. There is no interest in the city.
Well, then what are we doing? Like, how are you knowledgeable about what's going on right
No,
now?
we have to approve because both the golf course owner and the HOA came to the city to determine what exactly are what the city needs to approve as part of land use amendments.
Is the city taking a stance of what's needed to relocate gopher tortoises on a state?
No, that's
mandated Let me finish. You serve at the pleasure of this council. There's a conservation easement for gopher tortoises on that piece of property around. That's not a city thing or a county thing. That's a state thing. Why do we have this idea that it's going to be this easy just to relocate tortoises? And this is like, we're talking like this thing is done and dusted.
We don't have an opinion on that way. The golf course owner and the HOA have been in contact with the state, and that has been what was presented to them from the state. We were not involved in those discussions.
Okay, the mayor's saying that this is pretty close to, like, I'm just floored. Again, this council, I know members of this council have made many requests that anytime there's conversation with Rock Springs Ridge, so that we're not blindsided, i.e. tonight, that we are abreast of the situation. Clearly, that's not going to be respected, but I guess you suffer the reactions that we give. So it's unfortunate.
But there's nothing on the part of the city or any of the city's actions. The relocation of the tortoises, as I said, that they have already been in discussions with the state. We were not part of those discussions, nor did we take any lead in those discussions.
Well, I think saying that we're going to use city property as part of
it's an opportunity to be able to use certain city properties that are already for the purposes of conservation that can help facilitate the matter, and that's something that we can work with the state in accomplishing that matter. But there is no the extent of the city's involvement is in any review and approval of a future land use map amendment that will be brought to them, just as this council would review any application brought by any developer, or as just like the ones that we reviewed today.
But when you had this meeting yesterday, there was a discussion and a conversation about this swapping, well, I'm going to call it swapping, but actually taking a piece of the conservation, if this is what I'm understanding, and then find the gophers and then relocate them into city property.
Not all of them. First of all, the swap is between the golf course group and the HOA.
Okay, so what was the meeting about yesterday here?
The meeting was mainly to receive direction on what it is that the city is going to review in order to bring the future land use map designations for the overall PD and amending the PD in order to bring in the consistencies with the PD is going to have to be amended to accommodate the additional units that the golf course group is going to develop on the property.
So you gave them a roadmap on how to do that?
Well, we advised them this is what the city's requirements are, and this is what they're going to need.
Who else
they-
was in that meeting?
Meeting was the representatives of the HOA, representatives of the golf group.
Were you there also? So we had our community.
Our community development director was there, right?
We had our attorney,
This-
and we had our mayor, we had the HOA, and we had all the golf.
And the golf and the representatives of the golf group, plus their professionals, their engineers, as well.
I would just
Okay.
advise that it's a colossal waste of time, in my opinion, if you don't have assurances from the state that they would even entertain the lifting of that easement. I mean, it's a colossal waste of time.
Do we have a site plan? Have they sent you any type of site plan?
No, we're not at that stage. They're not at that stage.
Mr. Hitt, have you been sent a site plan?
I've got a rough draft of the 51 acres that they were looking to do.
Can you
townhouse.
circulate that to the
I
rest
sure
of us,
can.
please?
I sure can. I had them send that, I believe it was last week.
Okay.
And I wanted to do a
Say that
summary.
again? You had it from last week?
Last week.
Unbelievable.
I
They,
think that
Hello, there's a commission up here, and we represent not just the city, but also the residents of Rock Springs Ridge. It just feels like there's agreements going on.
No, this, I want to clarify because there's no agreements unless this council wants to see every pre-application submittal or suggestions from every single developer that's presented to the city. We'll feel free to do so.
Hey,
But there are no written agreements, and there's nothing that's got to be brought to this council. Or
Hey,
if there's any agreements, they have to be brought to this
Mr.
council.
Rodriguez, know your place, okay?
No,
we are an elected board, and we are to be respected. So let's talk about this in a respectful manner. She had a concern. Mr. Hitt has voluntarily offered to provide updates whenever there's anything remotely close to action on the Rock Springs Ridge community. So maybe not from a legal perspective, but Mr. Hitt has offered that up to this council.
No, I understand
proper
that, but
decorum- I'm going to finish my comments. Proper decorum in this city council is going to be that for you to respect this city council. And I don't appreciate you raising your voice to us and talking down to us.
I understood, but I also want to respond to the insinuation that there is a prearranged agreement between staff and the golf course group or the HOA, and to clarify that there is no agreement, that there isn't anything that's been done untoward. Any formal actions on the part of the city have to be brought to this council and will be brought to this council and have always been brought to this council in regards to this issue or any issue that is presented before the city.
Well, if we can just get a copy of that, just so we're all on the same page, that would be greatly appreciated.
definitely. There were, when we were talking about the numbers, it was the process of how can this occur? So we were looking at the numbers as Mr. Rodriguez outlined regarding the densities and whether or not there's anything, what it would take for them to apply to do a land use change and to amend the PD. One of the things that David Evans, who's one of their engineers, brought up, and this was just yesterday, I didn't want to proceed with anything until, like you mentioned, Mr. Becker, is about the Commissioner Becker. I'm sorry.
It's been used up on this dais too, and it's Commissioner Becker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is that the gopher tortoise was, that was my biggest concern, because I was not convinced that they could get that changeover from the state to go anywhere else. What David Evans had mentioned is that they've been in conversation with the state, and until they get that opportunity to be able to have another receiving area for the gopher tortoise, they can't do really anything. So that's where that ended
But
up.
the thing is that they're coming in here and having all these meetings. I mean,
We get developers that come in and have meetings every day.
okay.
And that's the way I look at it. Until they actually have a plan.
Do they meet with the mayor every time? These other, we're creating, I mean, implied or written or express, there's still agreements, handshakes going on. So you can say there isn't, and that's fine. There's something going on behind the scenes here that it's creating issues up here that as long as we're all on one accord and it's transparent, we could move forward on some things. But the fact that things are happening without being advised, and I know look, we're not asking for every single development. So saying that is unrealistic and that's not our expectation. It's a development that's happening in a neighborhood that has cried out for help. So it's reasonable for us to be asking for updates should anything happen. So with that, I just think it to possibly be promising here and that. I mean, we were about to give them a $4 million discount on a property as well. So it helps to have all of our brains come together to come to a resolution, I think. I think that's the point.
I can put a summary together, talking about the densities and what it would take for the PD and those relocation areas for the gopher tortoises and get that to you. I didn't have time to do that today, and I didn't know this was even going to be discussed because I wanted to prepare something for all of you.
Whatever you can give us as it comes in, I think that's the kind of expectation request.
Yes, sir.
Keep us informed. That's the expectation.
Yes, sir.
And also, just for the record, as I said before, there's nothing to preclude each one of you individually from meeting with any developers or any prospective applicants to discuss matters. All of you met with the Clear Lake Division. They came in to express issues. So there's no...
I will tell you that the Rock Springs Ridge Golf Group has not contacted us to sit down with us. And there's just been a lot of, what makes Rock Springs Ridge a little bit unique is because of what's been going on for the past few years. The swapping and then it didn't swap, and it's just been very tumultuous and there's not a lot of transparency. So having a meeting with the entire group, as you did, our community director, yourself, engineers, that for me, you're showing that you're moving forward with this. That's what it's saying to me right now. Perception is reality. That's what I feel is going on right now.
Okay, understood and
So by the
accepted.
time it comes to us, I'm gonna feel it's been agreed upon, a discussion has taken place. And so why bring it to us if you've already agreed about how you're
We
gonna?
haven't agreed to anything. We have to meet. I don't want to meet with all of the developers. I'd say if it's not a couple of 100 acres, I probably meet with 5% of the developers. So it's not that I'm, but staff meets with them all the time, and every now and then Michael's is called in for something particular. So it's not we're not trying to hide anything from anybody. I think we'd like to get, but and to your point about gopher turtles, I thought that was a non-starter. So I didn't think it would ever happen so I said, guys, good luck with that. And so they came back and said, well, they think they've got, a tentative agreement with the governor's office. I said, well, wow, that's pretty impressive. I didn't think they could do it. So I don't know. Is it because I was involved? If you want me to out of the discussions, that's fine. But everything else is going on is out there. The same people. It's Gene. It's Jim. It's if they need Edward, if they need Michael. So I'm one extra cog. If that's what's hanging everybody up, I can stay out of it. I'm not. Listen, I'm trying to help the situation. I'm not trying to hurt it. And if I'm hurting feelings over being in a meeting
It's
that I'm
not
trying
hurting
to solve
feelings.
something,
It's not hurting feelings. It's
well,
just, Rock
some people are
Springs
upset
Ridge
with
is
me.
it's a unique case.
Like you said, there's a lot of things that were going on back and forth. But like I
Right.
mentioned, I'll put a summary of what was discussed together so all of you are informed.
Thank you.
all right.